What is up, everyone? It's another Battle Royale day for us. Challenging times for the South Asian teams yesterday as the Southeast marched on and feasted in both Erangel and Miramar. What kind of story will unravel for us this evening as they duke it out once more in the battlefield to reign supreme? This is the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7, and we are your casters, Red Queen and Contra.
Yeah, and of course, it's just going to be another exciting day of action as we did, of course, get a glimpse of how South Asia teams have been also climbing the board as well. Some teams are looking to be struggling in the first half of the semifinals, and I guess this is basically the halfway mark heading into Saturday because it's going all the way into our Monday hurdle. So hopefully we'll see teams like DRS to be able to bounce back up because currently they're about 17th place or so. That is just at the very tipping point. That's not a comfortable spot to be in. But of course, for those of you guys who have joined us for the very first time, welcome on board. Don't worry, we'll get you covered with what you need to know about the whole tournament as well as what's on the line.
Yeah, we'll break it down for you guys so don't have to worry about anything. But you know what? To be fair, because I did put up a poll, again, if you guys are following me on Instagram, then you could have participated in that one. But if you're not, well, it's your loss. Not just kidding. But to be fair, we have more SEA teams, right, in the lobby compared to SA teams. So I believe if... yeah, we only have 8 teams, right, representing South Asia. So if majority of them gets included in the top 16, then I guess that's already 100% win.
Yeah, I think that is actually some massive result for the region in general. But we would like to see a really good mixture so far. I think from Southeast Asia, there's definitely a little good mix of teams coming from each respective country as well as region overall. So we'll of course take a look at what went on yesterday. It was a very big one coming from the Vietnamese squads, and they're looking for that massive haul of $5,000, and that is our prize pool for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. Point system as follows, as you can see that if you guys are very familiar with how PUBG Mobile Esports run. It's a 10-pointer for the chicken dinner, and the number slowly decreases from 2nd place onwards all the way down to 8th. No points for 9 till 16, and they got to fight for elimination points to add up to the tally.
Oh, yes. And also, if you get the lion's share of that prize pool, of course, it is also sprinkled with some bragging rights. That is the cherry on top, to be honest. But anyway, as per schedule, we're done with the 2 days of the semifinals. We are now on our 3rd. So that means that we still have 2 more days to cap this one. But for the grand finals, it's going to be on August 6th down to August 8th. So you better mark your calendars, guys, and spend those nights with us.
Absolutely. And overall, I think there's so much that you can just witness if you guys are learning how to maneuver around certain parts of the map or just becoming better at the game. These are some of the finest of Asia across the world. And first, once again, breaking down the $5,000, the first place will take the gigantic chunk with 2,000 over on the top, and first 1,250 for 2nd place, 750 for 3rd place, 500 for 4th place, and the MVP of the tournament gets to walk away with a 500 bonus.
Ooh, oh man, that is a lot of moolah. Pattern of the Savior, Contra J number 1, is the overall most valuable player, but that didn't last long because of Bows of Thailand's Steam Flash, as he willingly, of course, displayed his undeniable mechanical skills, putting up a staggering 22 elimination points yesterday. But then again, just checking out all the teams that are going to be participating for the semifinals. Again, we've got 24 teams for you guys. They are divided into 3 groups, so from Group A to Group C. So take a long, hard look again at your favorite teams because you guys will be playing with us later on as we cast our team predictions per match.
And that's maybe my least favorite part, where I always get the predictions wrong, but we always come really close into getting it right. So hopefully today we have a little bit more of that luck And of course, good luck to all the teams out there. In Group A, we have a lot of amazing names. Some of your hot favorites coming in from Nepal with HORAA Esports as well as Leo Esports. And not forgetting hard hitters like Alter Ego Aries and Vampire Esports. I think from yesterday's run, Alter Ego Aries have been able to stay composed despite them really inching very closely into a chicken dinner run. But they will have to try harder. But Rosemary still has his impact in these matches.
Oh, yeah. And it's also evident that the Savior, after 12 matches, remains to be unbothered, by all the ruckus that happened yesterday. I mean, they continue to sit comfortably on the throne as the most ruthless of them all. But since we are already at the third day, will it still be the same, though? I mean, they continue to be the kings of this showdown. Yes, I agree with you 100%. But then again, the gap isn't that far. So obviously, Tony K's Coven is close behind, and Pakistan's 52 Esports, the only SA team included in top 8, did tremendously well yesterday that they managed to land at the 3rd spot even without a chicken dinner.
Indeed, and 52 Esports continues to wow us with great performance coming from T24, and of course, the entire squad is looking to be really, really solid, working together. So other than that, there's also Bolo Trucks that has always supplemented the attacks, and over on the course of the page, we did see like DRS as well as Voing Donkey to be the ones that are struggling throughout the past 2 days.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And Roy Esports, man, I'm watching out for this team, definitely. We also got Aegon Ayat Esports, A1. We also got Sem9. Now, I can say that A1 Esports, this is one of the teams that is, I can say, a crowd's favorite as well. But we haven't really seen them perform, at least for 2 days now, right? So third day, maybe there's a change in the pace. We don't know. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, I believe that they have a whole lot more to show us later on. And of course, they need to put the pedal to the metal to advance into the grand finals overall. Hot favorites like Bigatron Red Aliens, FaZe Clan, T2K is looking to be in a really good spot at the very least, as they are currently in the middle of the pack. So they're definitely looking to advance further into the top 8 as well to solidify their positioning. Meanwhile, in Group C, we have a really hot and running Team Flash that have stolen the show yesterday with so many stellar plays coming in from Bose, as well as the entire squad really full sending their way into securing chicken dinners.
Yes, phenomenal gameplay coming from Team Flash, and you're right, I do agree with you. They continue to wow us as well. But you know what? I hope that everything will be smooth for today, because I don't want any teams losing any more points just because they are playing with some unregistered IGNs. Everyone or the organization, of course, needs to be strict when it comes to the rules, just to make sure that it's a fair gameplay for everyone.
True enough, and like there's already 2 teams being penalized like that, and it's really I don't know, disappointing to the fans out there that's rooting out for them, that they thought that, hey, with those kind of sure effort for the past 2 days, they'll be sitting very pretty at the top. Now, of course, there was an exception, right? Team Flash was the very first one to be punished, and they were unhinged. They are not even hindered by those 20-point reduction. That's like, what, 2 chicken dinners worth of points, right?
Oh,
but
yeah.
All they did was, you know what? That's okay, because they come back stronger. They bounce back by securing those 2 chicken dinners, and things seem to be pretty much even out for the moment. But not so much for Morph Team, though, because they committed the same foul yesterday, and they find themselves in a tough spot at the moment.
And there you go, guys. Flashed on the screen, the overall MVP yesterday, setting up a total 22 elimination points with 44.9% team contribution, 3,270 damage output, and that is bows for you, everyone. You know what? This is again an interesting story for Team Flash. This is a newly added team member. And I'm just looking forward at how this guy is going to be performing for today's set of matches.
He definitely is a prodigy, because over the years, we have not really seen the name Bows for how many seasons. And once he show up here in Team Flash, He is the difference maker for the squad. So much so that he even overtook Rosemary in the span of a day. Rosemary was sitting pretty at the top for day one. And of course, not too much has changed in terms of the rankings of the MVP. We still have names like Schweppes, Newsy, as well as Nate T to be in the spectrum as well. But we'll see how it goes. Today is a brand new day for them to really climb the charts. But Vampire Esports, they definitely solidified their position, and they're definitely looking to be eyeing out for teams like DX that's currently sitting at the top.
Yes. And I feel like, most of the teams here, if not all, are still on a chill mode because, again, we've got 24 teams here competing for like 16 slots. So I guess there's like a big room, right, for the team. So I guess they're not feeling that much pressure just yet. But check out the overall fraggers here, ladies and gents. Again, it's the same suspect. We got Val's, Rosemary, we got Chef from Vampire Esports, Gosu again coming from Team Flash, and T24 of 52 Esports. Again, I just would like to reiterate the fact that, 52 Esports, the only team representing South Asia right now included in the top 8. So again, I do hope they can maintain that kind of pace and just really try to dethrone, I guess, or like be at the top spot and be the apex predator for the semifinals. And as for the overall rankings, 85 solid points goes to Vietnam's The Savior, followed by Vampire, and again 52 Esports climbed up 4 ranks. Team Secret, Kodak, Team Pandom, Alter Ego, Eris, Team Flash, despite having a 20-point deduction, they were able to land on the first page, which is amazing.
Yeah, it's crazy to also note that if there was no deduction at all, they will be sitting at second place, tied with Vampire Esports, or shall I even say, with those chicken dinners, they probably would claim it directly in that stance, but they have to work a little harder to get back up there. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan was an impressive mover throughout the charts from yesterday's run, seeing them really perform in Miramar, and now they are moving up 3 ranks alongside with 7-9 with slight improvements. This is where it gets pretty tough, right? As you can see, the numbers are pretty close to each other from all the way from 9th to the side of ASI8's 14th place.
And despite the fact that Voin Donkey actually scored a chicken dinner yesterday, they are placing on the 16th. So they're not out of the woods just yet. They still need to exert, effort and, of course, work to make sure that they don't fall behind. And as for FaZe Clan, man, again, I've seen full aggro during the previous Ruthless Invitational Showdown. And again, I just expect, and this is a full expectation for FaZe Clan, that I will see them for the grand finals.
Wow, and that is probably a safe statement if they could basically maintain themselves for the upcoming days as well, because we are at the halfway mark. DRS Gaming on that borderline of 34 points sees themselves some really good chances coming into this weekend run. Meanwhile, RQ Ryu has been pushed down because they have not really found a certain form of consistency. Majority of the points have been coming out of elimination points. That's where they really have to work on placements. As we move into our first match, we'll kick off in Erangel as per usual, and the rotation will be between Miramar as well as Erangel, and we'll basically rinse and repeat for the upcoming 6 matches to go.
Yeah, I do hope that, HORAA Esports came prepared for today. Like I said, there will be lots of resurgence, definitely, especially teams that are at the far bottom. Yesterday, again, A1 played with just 3 members, so perhaps today they can break the losing streak and perform better. I can say the same thing, really, with HORAA, because it's unlikely of them, to be at the bottom. And so... I know that they wouldn't just let this one slide easy. You know what I mean? I don't think they want to let down their fans. Everyone here watching would want to get a whiff of their greatness. So I just know that we are all about to have a good time. But since we are having our first game in Erangel, these are the teams that are doing particularly well when it comes to this map. So that would be Todak, Alter Ego Errors, Team Flash, and Voin Donkey.
Yeah, and this is where it gets really interesting when it comes down to how teams will play out here in Group A versus Group B, where usually there is going to be a certain contest around the region of Yasnaya Pollyanna in specific, with teams like 52 Esports from time to time, HORAA Esports, and a few others as well, to so to speak. So we'll see if they've already settled the score, because that has basically hindered HORAA Esports performances coming into so many of all these matches for the past 2 days. So what other adjustments will we be seeing for today? We'll find out. Now it's time for something that we must do, right, Queen? And that is going to be predictions for the very first match. You know, I've looked at some of these stats, so that have definitely impressed me. Throughout the course of these battles, I've never voted for any Malaysian teams at all. I think, like, not because I don't have faith, because I want them to really prove themselves, and I think Toda is definitely a safe choice for me to say that they have already made the mark as they are the best performing team of Erangel.
Well, so you're going for Todak for the first match. Oh, Todak is not playing for this round,
right. My bad. If that's going to be the case, then I guess Team Flash, if they're in this matchup.
I don't think Team Flash is also...
No, yeah. And if that's the case, Alter Ego then. Alter Ego should be safe.
Oh, yeah. So Rosemary. Okay, gotcha. For me, well, I think that those top 8 teams are pretty much jacked up already, so I don't think, again, they feel that much pressure to prove themselves for day number 3 of the semifinals. Again, we're looking for top 16, so there's like really a, you know, like big room for little errors, or like maybe they can take a rest for a number of games. So I'm gonna choose one of the teams that are at the 3rd page, so HORAA Esports.
All right, Esports, let's go. I do hope that this will be a much smoother run, because every time they start off the game, there's always a battle for them to take. And speaking of battles, of course, yesterday, we see a lot of it happening around South Georgia Pole. That's a problem for FaZe Clan to eventually fix against some other teams as well. Meanwhile, production says it's a day for Vampire Esports to shine from the start of their very much maiden match heading into day 3.
And they're playing with Newsy for the semifinals, so I guess they're trying out new stuff, you know, for Vampires. Probably just checking out how good of a team they are with Newsy, and probably testing out some rotations as well. But yeah, Vampire remains to be a beast that you need to slay, you know, inside the war zone. So that will be an interesting matchup for Erangel.
Yeah, and honestly, if you ask me, Vampire Esports is looking very, very good with Newsy around. Currently standing at 2nd place, looking to eventually take down the Savior. You know, back in the days, so they've definitely tried so many different lineups. Of course, they are that superstar team coming in from Thailand with big names like Tony K. When you have a star-studded roster, I guess the problem is who should basically get more playtime. And with Newsy sitting in the sidelines for how many seasons in all these pro tournaments, people say that, hey, has he been washed up to the point that nobody really wants to play him, or was it any for a problem? Now that Newsy's back, it still shows that he's one of the best out there.
And yes, I mean, you're right. You cannot just really like put in players all together in one roster. You have to check, you know, their synergy, their chemistry all together. Because if you put all superstars in one team, it's gonna be hard, you know, sometimes to just do the call outs, because you have your own prerogatives, you have your own perspective, you have your own like thinking. This is the best way to do it. So sometimes, you know, it's inevitable for like members to actually clash with one another. But at the end of the day, it's going to be the IGL that will call out the or that will give the structure to the whole team, right?
True enough, and that's where, you know, following through with all these plans will be even more vital as compared to, you know, you slap 4 top fraggers of the whole region all together for them to, you know, just try to go around hunting out for players, which isn't exactly the best plan that's gonna be out there. But of course, throughout the course of so many seasons, Vampire Esports has been looked to be developing themselves into another different beast entirely, as we can also see them really putting up some really good showing in the international run. Now, speaking of which, of course, you guys have been waiting for the very first game. It will be coming in shortly with the timer right on your screen. Andy, I think like the past 2 days have been crazy. I wonder what do they cook up this time around.
All I know is that I am famished for a lot of chicken dinners for today's games, right? And the countdown now is close to 0. We're about to kick things off in Erangel, ladies and gents. I know you have your favorite teams. I know you guys are watching out for them, keeping a track, at how good their performance are going to be for the 6 matches tonight. And already can see the flight path is where is it coming from? From the north side this time, so it's southbound. It's pretty much right there in the middle, so we all know which areas are going to be the points of impact over here. And yes, Naya, oh man, that is definitely going to be let's say highly populated.
Yeah, and looking at the current rosters, it seems like Team Leo is just playing with 3 members on board. So that's going to be a slight disadvantage heading into this matchup. But looking at this trajectory of the flight, it is near perfect where most of the teams will be able to reach out to every designated location of the cities. So I expect to see perhaps lesser fights in the early game for them to just safely loot up. But first, we'll see how the first stage will dictate how the battles will take place. But for now, my eyes are on South George as we do see Alter Ego also heading into that direction. But without the presence of teams like FaZe Clan, that is not going to be a problem at all for them to claim the entirety of even north as well as the southbound area of the map. Leo is going to be pretty close by, like we said before. 3 members in there, it's going to be a little tough to guard such a wide field of play.
Yeah, but this is what's amazing about the pro teams is that sometimes when they get into games, when they get into scrimmages, it's part of their training that they get in there lacking some players, so that they know how they would adjust their gameplay and whatnot. But anyway, we'll get back to that one because there is a fight happening right now coming from Geek Fam this time, and it looks like they were able to score a point already. So this is Tribe Aramacy.
My. Well, I guess I take back the words where, things won't start off with high-flying action. Is very pure. Is just going to be a bloodbath for some of these guys. It's going to be DRS, only with a pistol. I'm not too sure if we're going to be able to actually get much out of this sort of scenario as they're taking on Vampires Esports. Already knocking down one. Chama is already out as we go in for sharp shooting coming for English or Spanish. Oh my, and here goes another fight coming back into very pure. It is Geek Fam finding out their targets against ASI8. Only 1 member left over on top, unfortunately, for the South Asian side. Mika onto that shotgun as well. It's just going to wait it out, and they will swarm the gates to make it a perfect ace.
Wow, what an exchange. You know what? All I know is that when I saw English or Spanish actually pulled off the trick like that, just slaying a player with a pistol, right? It's just straight out of a John Wick movie, the Baba Yaga. But anyway, just a few seconds into the match, and we have already lost, 2 teams here. We're down to 14, and now we're looking at A1 versus HORAA Esports map, already on the ground, courtesy of Hitman. So this is already a 4v3 situation. Sky's team is definitely on a deficit here, but let's see if they can do a major comeback. There's been a lot of nade being exchanged from both of the teams here, and Malik continues to be on the ground.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that A1 has been able to pick up so many grenades. Malik's already down and out. Unfortunately for Sky as well as Mr. Boro, they could not afford to push too far forward in the nick of time as well with the entire squad on the same compound. And it's just so tough for them to navigate. He's got that AK in hand, and Sky is just hoping to get a glimpse through this doorway. And just with the moment where he moves off, that's where Sky will take advantage.
Yeah, Sky is just, trying to avenge his fallen comrade here. They've already taken a point, so it's already... I think they're already there, with high energy to eliminate the rest of A1, and it looks like they're about to win the fight.
They definitely look to be really, really well versed onto how to infiltrate compounds like this. It's been 3 days of non-stop action from the start here inside of Yasna Pollyanna. You know, in most pro tournaments, most of these teams, whether if there's two teams inside of Yasna, it's good enough for both teams to be able to fully stash up on both the north side as well as the south side of the town. But this is not the case. They just like to go out for that full-on brawl, and it does not really reward either A1 or even HORAA Esports. Perhaps they should consider on the final 2 days of the semifinals to not lock horns so early, so that everybody gets a fair lion's share, and you want to take that battle later on. But it makes a lot more sense when the stage 1 circle is upon them. So if you really want to guard the city, you got to flush out either side.
And again, it's just looking at the map here. There's tons of teams that will be coming from the west side. Okay, we are hearing a lot of nades being popped up. Nofir cooking his nade of his own. We can see that Rowdy, Hitman, Sinister, they're on the top of the building here, just waiting for HORAA Esports to actually come up. They're trying to bait them. So let's see if they can be successful with this kind of tactics up against HORAA Esports. But Sky about to pop off some smoke, probably just concealing the visual here. But both of the teams are being careful right now, not really doing some reckless stunts. So let's see if Hitman will live up to his reputation of actually being a Hitman.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see the mind games at play, right? Sky, he just basically cocks up the smoke grenade as a little bit of a decoy just to see if they do bite the bait as well. But of course, preemptive Molotov will negate their advancements for the time being. Still a very difficult stance. Let's see if the rest of HORAA Esports will eventually go in for that full push. Now that vision has been denied, it is going to be a tad difficult for them to navigate around, but it does subside. There's still a couple of smokes for them to play with here. Sinister has got 3, but look at his gear. He's got no helmet, and that level 1 vest is already tearing to parts already. So he's got to be extremely careful on every single sound that he makes across the stairways as he holds it down. 1-for-1 trade. HORAA now pushing right through the DBS, or should I say S12K, is also in play for the side of Nofir. Now that they managed to pick one off, it's only another to go. Feeling a little bit more confident, but yet again, it is a 1 versus 2. Over on the other side, I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to withstand the pressure, but Nofir, as well as Sky, they're going to be able to continue to put on that pressure, but it is going to be a full flush as they manage to spot him out. That will be a cleanup crew sent their way. HORAA Esports with that ace.
Man, not a good game again for the side of A1, but fortunately though for the side of HORAA Esports, the Purple Hearts are probably rejoicing down there in the comment section because they already have 4 elimination points. But they actually did lose, like 1 member, but it is still a-okay. I mean, 3 members still pretty doable. But on the other side of the town, it looks like 52 Esports is currently having a conflict with D-Saver because one of them is currently knocked down, and also Team Pandem over here. We've got J. Brenky. Although Team Pandem also lost one of their members, so don't know exactly what the plan here, but it looks like J. Brenky will not be taking up this fight, or perhaps just move into another angle here that could best work for this guy.
Yeah, it's a much better approach coming from the entire squad of Team Pandem. And these two teams, they always start their journey from that southern island of Samnaska. This kind of gatekeeping tactics is pretty common when it comes down to who managed to get the first move into the mainland. And while Team Secret will be gated off for quite some time, the first stage of the blue zone doesn't really hurt all too much, so they can still afford to, loiter around looking for that pickoff. Team Secret, if they're desperate enough, they might even turn the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, and this is also one of the things that I don't understand just yet, because DRS is really having, they're taking their sweet time down there in the blue zone. They're on the roads here, but it will be clean, I guess, if they continue to head towards that direction. I mean, there's an opening spot right there, a clean entry point for them coming from the southwest side, I guess. But as for the side of Team Pandem and Team Secret, I guess one team will definitely be eliminated before they can even reach the safe zone. But as for Sem9, Roy, Alter Ego, Ares, as well as Height Damage, Leo Esports, okay, they're all in the same proximity here. So potential clash will definitely happen as well.
Yeah, the central area is looking to be rather interesting on how things are cooking up, especially with RRQ Ryu on that 2-2 split across the field of Shelter as well as Yasnaya. Meanwhile, of course, we focus back into this long-range trade of an action. Team Secret decides, okay, let's go for that full convoy and pick off Joe Branke because he is absolutely isolated. Brick is being sent out of that vehicle to try to do some damage, but there's also Acho over on top, landing a really good grenade over onto the sidelines, and that will just put them into the back foot for the moment for Team Secret. And it's just so tricky for this Vietnamese squad to just bypass this scenario.
I mean, yes. I mean, Team Secret knows this so much that they cannot really pass through this bridge without even engaging with Team Pandem. It's all or nothing situation for the side of Team Secret. I mean, Team Pandem obviously doing an amazing job, you know, just trying to keep them at bay and preventing them to get inside the safe zone. But then again, we're talking about Jay Branke already on the ground here, bleeding there, losing blood, and it's going to be difficult, I guess, for Team Pandem to pick up their teammate. I mean, what are you going to do first? Are you going to do a massive spray just to make sure that Team Secret stays on, I mean, in that particular area? Or are they gonna prepare, anticipate the attack coming from Team Secret?
That's where we will have to find out. A very swift drive to just secure the kill over onto Joe Branke. And I guess, was it really worth it for Team Pandem? Not entirely so, because they took that sweet time, and neither side of the party has actually gotten the best of the situation, including Team Secret, because now, moving into the zone, they have no clue of the whereabouts of all these other squads. That's one, and it's going to be a long hurdle.
And speaking of long, I mean, you saw where DRS actually came from, and now they're somewhere around the area of prison. You know, they came from southwest. Now they're on the east, southeast side. So let's try to keep track, try to keep tabs on what DRS is going to do next. But in the meantime, we've got Team Pandem again back on the screen. They've already sacrificed Jay Branke. You know, they did not go back for him because, well, it's just too much risk, right? I mean, Team Secret will definitely do a massive open fire up against Team Pandem. So they kind of just, okay, let's just prioritize to get inside the circle. On the other side of town, we've got Geek here for elimination points, and they are on the south side, pretty close with Leo Esports. So let's just check if Geek will decide to actually engage with Leo, but Leo is in between Sem9 and Geek. So is this a good spot for them? That's a big question.
I guess it's a decent spot to hold out for the time being, but not exactly the best to defend for now. But thankfully enough, there's not too much pressure amounting onto their end. Meanwhile, it's Voing Donkey versus HORAA Esports, as HORAA was not so keen to welcome Voing Donkey into their respective city. A couple of grenades to be tossed towards the side of No Fear. Oh my goodness! I don't even think that Vexy expected that to connect, but that was a perfect toss all the way to the top to find one member of HORAA Esports. Now working with only two, Voing Donkey is feeling very confident with this push.
Okay, let's see what's going to happen, because obviously HORAA Esports, I mean, No Fear being on the ground puts them at a little disadvantage. So Mr. Barrow now on your screen, like, just with a UMP, but there's just like too many people headed or like rushing towards his direction. We've already got 2 players knocked down on the side of Voing, so it looks like for me, both of the teams are doing a major reset here. But Mikado now on the ground as well.
Boy, oh boy. What on earth did we just witness? HORAA Esports, despite that deficit, they hold out against the entire squad of Voing Donkey. They just absolutely got obliterated through the stairwells. Oh boy. That is one tough pill to swallow.
Okay, so Pakistan, okay, 52 Esports currently at third spot in the overall ranking. Just exited the game with 3 elimination points. But then again, just to keep you guys updated, they were able to put up 65 amazing points, and I guess 3 is not that high. It's better than nothing, right? And I mean, this is just the first match, so I guess, I mean, it's too early to say anything. But again, we see that the circle has shifted once more, leaving Alter Ego Eras and HORAA Esports around Yasnaya. Roy is still rotating, just at the edge of the blue zone here. So I guess if they will pass through Yasnaya, they will have to deal with not just one but two teams. So, are they prepared for it now?
Honestly, it's tough to say if whether or not this rotation coming from Roy Esports is actually worthwhile, because they will be bound to lock horns with either Sem9 or even Alter Ego coming in from that lakeside. So eventually we'll find out whether if they'll be able to put in some surprises, because most often than not, when you're on wheels, it's an easier target for those that are that have set foot on the ground to be able to have a 360 view of the place. Meanwhile, RRQ Ryu having a better standing for today. It's going to be over onto the eastern corner of the map with lesser population to work with a couple of steps away into the circle. Things are looking to be pretty clear for now, but there will eventually be perhaps a little bit more pressure if they were to drive forward. And speaking of pressure here, it's Team Secret driving into the side of Geek Fam, finding one pickoff. That was amazing work coming in for Break and Co.
Oh man, stage 4 and we're down to just 10 teams. Amazing. Alright, so let's take a look at a Geek here for elimination points to casualties. So Damn Rude and Zane, if I'm not mistaken, they're doing an open fire up against Team Secret, but let's consider the fact that, hey, there's a huge distance in between of you guys. There's also a kill of Team Pandem who's doing I guess his rounds, scouting the area and just really cascading back to the team. That is it safe to be in this location, or do we need to find another one?
Probably they will have to think really hard about those decisions for now. Meanwhile, we go towards the side of Alter Ego areas, already spotting out targets from the side of Roy Esports as they take the patrol station for themselves. Roy isn't exactly in the circle just yet. They need to decide within the span of 1 minute, because that's where the stage will slowly close up. All these tags coming from Rosemary to just try to flush them away from their direction. Meanwhile, the side of Sem9 is up close and personal. Big Nate's now popping towards the side of Jiki, managing to juke it all the way out. High spots out the moving vehicle as he will be ambushed from the back. So Roy, they're split into two, sandwiching the side of Sem9, and also having more members of Alter Ego to chime in as well. Rosemary wants blood too.
Hey, you called it out. Roy will have to engage with Sem9, so I guess that this is already happening. Yuhai on your screen, ladies and gents. I do believe he has an M416 and a UMP. Okay, so he missed to actually shut down Porsche. He knows where to point his gun, but he doesn't know exactly where Porsche is. But Tusk a little low on the HP here, but here comes an incoming from Yuhai.
Wow.
Oh, Tusk goes down hard, and at the same time, Porsche.
Oh, that was a little bit of a blunder coming from the side of Team Secret. They were not even able to take down Yuhai alone, and Sem9 just absolutely turns them down. Roy Esports walk away with nothing at all. Meanwhile, Sky and the rest of HORAA Esports, they've already moved out of the city, but has to deal with the wrath of RRQ Ryu. That's going to be 3 members on the block for the Indonesian side, as they send No Fear up over onto the forefront to hold out against them. So, RRQ Ryu, they are approaching really closely. M4 in the hand. He's got no clue at all, but now he spots him out in the bush. Very quick check coming from No Mercy as he finds another target over on the back.
Oh man, this is not looking too good for the side of HORAA Esports. Guy's still alive though, but obviously there's a lot of enemies surrounding him at this moment, so I don't exactly know what the plan is. He's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs, but we don't know if he's exactly gonna check out some of the players coming here from RRQ.
Such a tough spot to be in for Sky, but we've seen clutches happen before. Perhaps he'll be able to bring even more of those points, but the nade looking to be pretty good. Only chips away some form of health coming in for Sky. No Mercy saves the vehicle from the outskirts as RQ they decide maybe it's not too worthwhile that we commit ourselves into a dangerous fight against HORAA. So they leave them a little space. They drive towards the south end of the map, and that will provide them about enough room. And not too sure how HORAA is going to be able to make the cut because there's no vehicles left for the side of Sky.
I know, right? And I do believe, Sky got a little help from DRS because I did hear a lot of gunshots, trying to match the spray up to R2. R2 actually left the scene, but Sem9, oh my goodness, that was quick. And another team left the game with 3 elimination points. But here comes DRS now being attacked by their ego errors, and one of them dropped dead.
My, DRS, with that crazy rotation that they had, now they found themselves in the mix of all the fights. Pick out a member of the side of Alter Ego, and eventually they will all fall like dominoes. One member left as they're holding into the pallet is going to be Hans. What can he do this time around? Drops one grenade over on the side of English or Spanish. And Delta, he's just going to wait it out as they do put in the pressure as well. There is still going to be Alva in the mix as well. And here comes Sky. He wants to be part of the party as well to hunt out for even more points. All he can basically do is look for a pickup. And yes, he will. Yes, he will just draw blood against Hans.
Man, he's all alone, but you know what? It's no problem for Sky. I mean, he can pretty much still deliver, when it comes to getting those placement points as well as those elimination points. And man, I think, the fans are already pretty impressed with this kind of performance. Now, DRS Gaming, from a long distance shot, they got eliminated by RRQ, which brings us down to the final 5 teams for our first match.
Never have I thought that with all the difficult circumstances that HORAA Esports will be included in this top 5, but look where they are. With Sky's sheer effort, they are here to play for that chicken dinner. But of course, a lot of pressure is on his shoulder once again, and we've seen this battle before between him as well as RRQ. Now that he has made himself known, we'll have Asa to be keeping an eye onto that shack. So not sure how he's going to be able to, once again, get into the thick of the circle. But for now, we'll just take a look at the other squads as well. Geek Fam also in the mix. Huge improvements for the Malaysian squad heading into the first game of the evening. Meanwhile, Team Secret pops a couple of nades, trying to flush them off. Team Secret poised to look for a chicken dinner with the best squad strength alongside with the side of Leo. Now that's one member down for the side of Geek Fam going up close and personal. Jinky will shut them all off.
You know what, Team Secret, 10 elimination points? Oh man, they are a force to be reckoned with for the first match this evening. Geek Fam exiting the game with 4 elimination points. Leo Esports, okay, so Justine, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's cooking up some nade here. They're trying to engage with Team Secret, trying a little bit low on the HP, but I think he's moving on to another angle here, probably getting some information still. But you know what? This is also not stopping him. The fact that he is still on board in his buggy and just collecting information, getting ready to attack. Man, this is like a nerve of steel. Nerve of steel.
Oh my, the drive-by didn't manage to run over Iron, but they managed to catch Haidami though. As a member of the side of Team Secret is going to be down, so that evens up the numbers against RRQ Ryu later on. Both sides being a little bit more quiet, while the side of Leo, we start off with them having 3 members to work with, and we talked about them being in the ditch. Is this the best plan after all? Yes, indeed. It seems like it's really giving them a lot of cover for the most part of this battle across the Yasnaya fields, as now they will have to leave that vicinity, and going out in the open is going to be really tricky, especially with Sky still in the mix as well, but he is being so elusive, hiding away from Justin. But once they do have a cleaner view, I think that Sky would still be able to perhaps put a point or 2 back on the block.
Team Secret is obviously holding down this compound, so that this is a prime real estate here. but RQ, you have to give them, a little bit of kudos. The fact that they're trying to control the circle here. I mean, No Mercy is so far away from the rest of the team, and Asa is the one in the front line. Another bomb coming from Sky puts Justin down of Leo Esports. But is this good for Sky? I mean, yeah, okay, you probably can get a point, but this compromises your location.
And I guess it's a dire move because he could not really have too much space to work with later on. So might as well pick that one up before he goes off of this matchup. Now, RQ is also keeping an eye out. Despite him spotting out the direction of veins, I don't think he has an exact clue of where the member of HORAA is currently hiding. RQ playing it very, very safely in a tactical manner, as they already have the rewards of the control of the circle. Meanwhile, Team Secret is also by that borderline. So Leo, now that they already known the whereabouts of HORAA, that will be Nate's being sent this way, but it's going to be Asa to steal that point away.
Yeah, I mean, his luck definitely run out. I mean, how could you possibly... Okay, even if he survives that situation, Contra, I mean, it is going to be, like, mission impossible. How is he going to get from that spot to the safe zone?
Yeah, honestly, like, every resources have run dry as well, so that is the best circumstance. They managed to still pick up that 1 point against Leo.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of which, Haidami will launch an attack towards Team Secret, as they will be taking the spine of the kill site. Driving by, it's going to be Iron as he looks to book the back end of the walls. Jiki now prepares himself with a DBS. A little tough here, but there is 5 grenades waiting to be popped into that tiny little shack. Iron, disciplined enough to actually hold before going for a push now that the grenades popped up. Iron immediately seals one and looking for even more Team Secret. Just got overwhelmed by Leo. How on earth are we doing this? And Leo Esports, this may be a good run for Chicken Dinner, but they still have to deal with RQ that just advanced towards the corner. They spot the final member out of the side of Team Secret, and it's RRQ to take the win to kick off our third day of action.
You know what? RQ displayed great execution. I mean, I did mention this a while ago. They were really exerting a lot of effort, controlling the circle. I mean, Asa obviously was the one in the front lines, and No Mercy is at the south side. So it's more of a play safe. They're trying to conquer majority of the circle here, and the moment Lego Esports actually crashed that compound where Team Secret is actually holding up, it's already a win for them. They already have the chicken in the bag, because all they need to do is just do a massive spray, get lucky with the shots, and just apply too much pressure to both of the teams here, and of course just catch the winner chicken dinner, which is a perfect execution for Team RQ.
Indeed it is, and when we take a look at how the course of the past 2 days has been for RQ Ryu, it has been looking to be very, very shaky. Even on this win to secure the chicken dinner, they are playing with a very, very tight margin of calculation as well, where they're not willing to put themselves into a very risky spot. But when they do see that opportunity with the final 2 other teams battling each other, they saw that opportunity to also strike with them being weakened up. So that was very perfectly executed. RQ Ryu finally gets themselves a deserving win after 2 days of struggle. So this will basically put them back into the right track into securing a grand final spot.
And as for the Purple Hearts, of course, we're talking about the last surviving member, which is the Sky. But he did such a great job. Before exiting the game, he managed to put up at least 2 more elimination points for the team, and plus the placement points, because he focused on the longevity and being just very proactive, despite the fact that it's already a deficit for the side of HORAA Esports. This is still an amazing job for this Nepali team, and of course we're not discounting the amount of effort as well coming from Leo Esports. I mean, they weren't really at the at the best spot, but the fight against Team Secret was inevitable. It needs to happen.
Yeah, it definitely does. So we'll look at that circumstance where Leo, they need to make certain drastic measures, and it's almost impossible to rush up against RRQ. So that is possibly the best maneuver that we can actually see coming from the side of Leo Esports. Despite having 3 members, you take a look at the damage done. It's actually much higher as compared to RRQ Ryu throughout the course of the match. That was pretty amazing to actually note for. Of course, RQ Ryu has got the upper hand of the chicken dinner, as well as a total of 6 elimination points, despite, doing lesser damage in that stance. So, with that being said, massive improvements coming from the Nepali side, especially for Sky, undoubtedly the hero and MVP of the match.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, 6 elimination points, Sky HORAA, 54.55% team contribution. And again, during the last few zones of the match, he did show up, for the team. He made it happen, 2 elimination points. I mean, this guy did not even go out of the game without, swinging a couple of punches.
Yeah, and this is the HORAA that everybody loves. And finally, they get to play a full matchup without getting, difficult pressure coming in from that early game. But they had to deal with A1 Esports first and foremost. That wasn't an easy task at all. In the top 3, you see it's all coming in from Nepal with Sky, No Fear, as well as Leo, very own Iron. And in the mix as well, it is Team Secret's Trang. And even when we zoom into Team Secret's performance in this match, it has been pretty incredible. They had to travel the furthest because they start on that Sonoska military base. And you saw that holdout coming from Team Pandem, who was not really giving them all too much of the space, but they managed to make it work. 16 points for RQ Ryu, 15 both for Team Secret and HORAA.
And again, Aegon I8, Boyne, Donkey, Roy Esports, they weren't able to put up any points for this round. And I just gotta say, because we've seen Roy Esports really just sticking it out to the edge of the zone there. They weren't really engaging. And this is one of the risks that I guess you have to go through. Okay, you are avoiding drop clashes, you are avoiding to engage in early fights, but then again, we have to also consider the fact that when it comes to the placement points, you need to make sure that you land from top 1 to 8, because those are the only placement that is equivalent to a number of points here. But if you land from 9 to 16, then it's nothing.
Yeah, and that's basically how the system works overall. Meanwhile, of course, taking a look at the stats, certain players were eliminated through zones as well, which is why we see lesser total limbs. It wasn't exactly all too easy when you're playing around these CS9 fields without much room of cover to play about, so they had to master all this terrain. The Saber is still unmoved with the lucky number 88 at the top. Vampire Esports also following closely, but Team Secret has been able to push all the way up to the third spot, as 52 Esports will be a 1 position short. Alter Ego Aries also trying to make their climb once again, but with that massive chicken dinner from RQ Ryu, we see them move up 7 spots into 11th.
Well, I gotta be honest here. I did miss, seeing RQ Ryu play for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. I hope that I see them again during the Clash of Giants and other official PUBG format tournaments. Let's give a big round of applause for DRS Gaming. I know it's not that much, when it comes to the digits here, there up on the scoreboard, but it's a small step. If you want to start your momentum going on for you, I guess all they need to do is just keep up the pace and just keep the momentum. And then looking at the third page here, a huge improvement on the side of HORAA Esports just because of that game. Even though they didn't score that chicken dinner, Sky was able to hold on to that MVP title for that match. And I guess this could be the time for them to turn the tables this time.
Yeah, and overall, it's very possible for HORAA Esports within another span of the game to be able to put themselves into a much safer position. Now, I believe that teams now mean serious business. For the first 2 days were probably for them to figure things out, but once the engines are jet set and running, you can see that they're immediately putting themselves on 5th gear. That is how HORAA Esports have performed in this particular match looking a lot more like themselves, honestly, because the past 2 days it was a sleeper. Honestly, there wasn't all too much to be seen out of them. But once you give them enough space as well as room to play out, it was some beautiful matches that they've given to us. But of course, we still have more games to go, ladies and gents. So we'll come back for even more chicken dinners right after this. And we are back here for even more chicken dinners to go here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. It's always Contra as well as Rick Queen Andy to bring you all the hype and excitement that's about to come. But in full tradition for the past 2 days, it's been the first chicken dinner delivered towards the hands of the Indonesian squads. This time, it's Ryu that won the very first match. But of course, it will be a change of hands throughout the course of the day. But what remains is a win for the side of SEA. But we saw South Asia stepping up with the Poly teams like Leo and also HORAA Esports really being the stars of our first match.
Well, I did ask you this, if South Asia teams will turn the tides for today's set of matches. So we'll just have to wait it out, ladies and gents. But then again, we've had our first match in Erangel. Now we're about to go to the barren desert of Miramar. And you know how hard and the hard terrain is. And let's see what kind of plan or strategy gameplay will be coming from the teams here.
Yeah, and these are our top performers for the past couple of days, with DX, Vampire Esports, 52X, as well as Team Flash to be the big teams to be eyeing out for throughout the course of the battle. DX have definitely got some high average points because they have won 2 chicken dinners back in day 1, and after that, there's still very good maintenance of points throughout. But yesterday, it was a great run from Vampire Esports to secure solid wins, and 52 Esports have always been within that top 4 ratio. Now, these are our teams, Group A versus Group C. Now, things are definitely interesting with Team Flash back onto the board alongside with BTR. Of course, their favorites from Group A, as we've seen back in Erangel, is still here to stay.
You know what? I feel like what these teams need to do to dethrone the savior is to do or to give their maximum effort.
They definitely have to do so, and it's really tough when it comes down to how things do play out in this matchup. Remember how Team Pandem played out their first match of Miramar? Mm-hmm. They just go guns blazing, so who knows whether if Team Pandem can actually do the same, but also last to the very end, till end of the matchup. So I wonder if they could do so.
You know what? For Team Panda, they always start strong. You know, in every match. But then again, at some point in mid game, I don't know, like their tenacity and monstrosity inside a battlefield kinds of like it declines a little. So again, we will be always looking at the consistency of the teams, consistency of the players, and getting those points. More on elimination points, I just hope, because placement. I mean, it's important, right? I mean, it's still integral, but I guess you just have to double down on getting those elimination points. But speaking of elimination points, who do you think? Of course, we'll get the most number of points here for match number 2.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'm just gonna point out like teams from Vietnam. Like yesterday, they really showed that they were the final bosses of all these Miramar match. But instead of going for the obvious choice like teams like DX or even Team Flash, this time I'll switch things a little bit. Maybe Team Secret, or could it be the case? It's tough. It's really tough. Production, maybe you go first. I love tossing things around. Oh, VPE. Okay. Would you like to pick yours, or should I go with mine?
Okay, I think I'll go first. Okay, I'll go first. You know, I'll say this because I just know that this guy really has big guns. You know, he's packing big guns. So I'll go with Rose's team, T2K.
Okay, let's see it. T2K. Well, that's a really good prediction out there. As yesterday, they also put in some really good numbers out there. And you know what? I'll change my mind. I'll also go for a South Asian team, and that will be with 52 is not in this matchup, right?
Nah. No. But if you're looking for a South Asian team, then there's HORAA, there's Leo, there is T2K.
Oh, I guess I'll go back to Vietnam then. Team Flash, safe choice.
Ooh, Team Flash. Yes, there you go. And you know what? I just really would want to commend, Team Flash's movements right now for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, because I feel like they're more structured, when it comes to approaching every battle inside the game. So I would love to see them really perform at their best, just to check out how far they're gonna last, for every match that we're gonna have this evening.
Yeah, their trajectory throughout the course of the tournament has been impeccable. The way that they have really solidified their strength game after game in terms of being highly tenacious when it comes down to every single map that they played out. Now, a very interesting flight pattern as we will cut in from La Cabrera into the Impala Islands. You know, throughout the career of me casting PUBG Mobile, I've always wanted to see that circle ending up in the island. Most often than not, when I'm not around, that's where the circle goes into these deep waters, you know, like, or the unlikely case for the circle to also appear around the area of Los Higos or even prison is very, very low.
Yeah, but we did actually witness that one happened during one of the Clash of the Giants events, and I love it. You know, it was a bloodbath. Honestly, those waters turned red when the circle shifted to the south part area of Miramar, because we actually had a lot to go finish, and it was fascinating to watch. You know, there were a lot of back and forth. There were a lot of teams that did not make it, which is absolutely great. But anyway, speaking of not making it, we've got Team Tandem on the screen at the moment, and one of the teams here will definitely not make it because they are already having an exchange.
My. I think we've seen episodes of this before in Hacienda. I didn't really expect to see on day 3. Big nade coming from Lynx to turn the tides around, but there is another cover fire coming in, but he will win the trade, or should he? Up with 1 HP left, somehow survives.
Oh my goodness, did you see that? The way that he threw that nade, he bounced it off of the wall to eliminate his opponent, and that was amazing. That will definitely be in my highlight, even though they did not make it for match number. I mean, they were the first team to actually go out of the game, but that, I mean, you have to agree with me. That was fascinating.
That's style points for you from Toad Play. Yeah, that flashy little play, he could have also gotten 2, but it was 1 bullet away, or even a scratch would have taken down a Jewel. But somehow, Team Panem, they managed to make it work out. So, as we do expect Team Pandem to be going pretty much hot and furious into some of all these early battles, they managed to finally win another trade, and by doing so, they also get to gatekeep all these teams coming from the west, because the circle this time pulls yet again to El Azhar, which is very similar to what we saw yesterday.
And this is such a good spot for alter ego eras. They're so very good with Miramar. I can say that Miramar is actually their strongest map. If I were just to compare, you know, how good of a performance they always show us when it comes to this OG map right here. But anyway, let's check out what is happening, because T2K is about to fight with Vampire Esports, and as you can see on the screen, Vampire is pretty much scattered all around this area. They are basically surrounding Kansa at this point.
Yeah. Meanwhile, looking at the stance of Vampire Esports, they are very happy to still share this hot drop with them, because Vampire Esports has got not too much to lose. They are closer to the top of the table, and this being the semifinals, there's not too much of a risk for them in terms of dropping it out of the grand finals. So if they're hoping to actually score points, they will just continue on with this battle against T2K. On the other hand, though, T2K isn't exactly in the safest of spots, still trying to maintain themselves throughout the run of the semifinals. So they are very, very cautious. And now with a very scattered approach, this is a very tactical response coming in from the team. Meanwhile, Rules as well as Turulov is already moving from the corners of Graveyard to regroup, hoping to scout out some members lurking around from Vampire Esports.
Yeah, I believe the instruction is, okay, just stay put, don't open fire, wait for us, you know, the backup, so that we can actually take care of business with Vampire Esports. Okay, but I did hear something. Oh my goodness. Cancer just made sure that he will cancel one of the players from Vampire Esports.
I wasn't expecting that at all. Shotgun, usually when you hear shotgun shells, you will immediately check doors, right? Who would have looked up to the roof? And that was what caught them by surprise. Quite a big brain play, if you ask me, from the side of Kansa. That puts them up ahead against the rest of Vampire Esports.
Okay. It's a little bit quiet. It's a standoff between T2K and Vampire. Tony K leading the charge. He's followed by Fluke here, but Rose has gotten a whiff of this situation. Tony K is actually cooking up his nade, so let the man cook. Let's see if it can be accurate with the shot. And oh my goodness, again, Rose is already on the ground. Tony K is fantastic at getting this information, but unfortunately, he is overexposed and he finds himself on the ground as well.
But they managed to also trade back against Kansa. So this also opens up a little space for Fuka, but not too long though. Turu is ready to trade right back. Quick responses, and this time around, you are looking at a weakened side of Vampire Esports only with Ravenclaw. And as a matter of fact, this is one of his first couple of games into the matchup. But with that jump shot, he finds the target, but it will be sealed by Turulov to be the hero of this matchup. Winning the trade here in Minas Generalis will mean that the score now ties at 1-2.
Oh man, quick response time coming from the side of T2K. Although I just have to agree with you that moments ago, that Vampire Esports is holding off good positions there. I mean, they're scattered, they're holding off multiple angles, which is high risk, of course, but it's an effective tactics if you can actually pull it off. Unfortunately, there were a couple of players that got shut down for the side of Vampire Esports, and I guess it was a domino effect. And hence T2K winning that fight. Unfortunately, though, for the side of T2K, they also lost Igneous in the process. But again, it's still a victory that needs celebrating.
Yeah, they definitely will rejoice after this, with T2K regaining a lot of confidence to take those fights. In terms of positioning and all these genius ideas, starting off from Kansas shotguns into all these multi-faceted ways of really taking long-range approaches, it eventually worked out. I think that if there's any blunder that's coming in from the side of Vampire Esports, perhaps I would comment on that push coming out of Tony K. Of course, he was hungry for blood. He managed to still go in for a significant pickoff, but he puts himself into such a risky position in the open.
Yes, I agree with you there. But I guess because the only player from the side of T2K that actually opened fire would be Kansa. So I guess they were trying to anticipate that perhaps, they're all together in one position and they don't really have that knowledge about how or like the distance is between T2K and like their position as well. So I guess Tony K being out there in the open is just a great opportunity for the side of T2K, because that was an essential kill, that was an essential shutdown that actually led to a victory on the side of T2K.
Yeah, and that was played to perfection overall. As we continue on with the course of what Miramar has to offer, D-Saber does find himself into the blue zone of stage 1, as it's pretty much of a gridlock situation in the early stance, with BTR taking over Power Grid. So it was rather difficult for DX to have a direct approach to move into a very, very far side of the map. Take a look at that. The circle still covers about, 45% of water. I could even safely say 50, where there's so little ground. All these teams will be funneled towards the direction of Geek Fam as well as Space Clan. I'm not sure how this is gonna be advantageous for some teams, but Alter Ego, they want to be in the center of attention. And let's see how the Indonesian Aces will be able to hold out.
Alter Ego Airs continues to be favored by the circle here, but we also have to consider the fact that, there are a lot of teams. There are a lot of teams actually headed towards that same direction. I don't know what the plan is going to be, but there will be a lot of cleanup that will happen at the edge of the circle. I mean, if we're just going to be checking out, how many teams are going to enter the safe zone all at the same time. And Alter Ego Airs, they do have the choice whether or not to engage. I mean, there will be a lot of third party that will happen, definitely, because of it's getting a little crowded, because we also have, like, as you said, 45% water. So there's really not much space for everyone. And the fight, it will happen in just a few seconds.
And teams are just scouring around looking for a safe position to be called a home base for the meantime, because wherever they could basically plant themselves right now is already good enough. Whereas other teams that are late to the scene, like T2K, the Savior, as well as even HORAA, who's currently wrapping around El Azhar, is going to suffer a little bit of damage from the blue zone before they be able to participate in any form of battles at all, or even safely journey their way through. The chances are there's going to be casualties in the span of a minute or so.
Oh, yes. Definitely. Now we can see that Geek Fam Audrey here is just, just okay, never mind. But anyway, Mika just open fired up against Justin of their Esports. Probably just a warning shot, but Audrey is such in a good position here. He could potentially shut down if he can shut down any of the players from Leo if he can keep that element of surprise.
They do want to see if they could push their advantages as well. Leo does have the majority of the compound. Geek Fam was hoping to at least claim one for themselves, but turns back all the way into the shorelines. I guess that either way, it actually works out for the side of Geek Fam, because if you take the shorelines as a deeper area of play where you can guarantee maybe 1 or 2 phases, but they will have to watch their South. Taking a look at South, BTR, NKT, Team Secret, they will be gatekeepers though. So that is the only way for them to actually farm out for points. Let's see if they can manage to do so. But for HORAA Esports, they're already firing shots into the center of play against what I do believe to be Team Flash that's across the corner. As Alter Ego Aries, they're just planting themselves here. They're hoping to maybe do a little bit of wear and tear against the side of FaZe Clan, but that's pretty much the best case that they could actually work out for. And there's no direct approach into any matter of a battle at the moment. HORAA Esports also want in for this. So that is shots directed over the side of FaZe Clan. So FaZe Clan, they're just gonna shell in like a turtle.
There's a lot of pros and cons, I guess, for the side of BTR. There you go. Okay, I was about to talk about BTR. They will be coming from a little bit onto the south side, right, of the circle, and they don't have a choice but to engage with Team Secret as well as Team NKT, but they're running out of the space as well because the space is already being devoured by the Blue Reaper here, and I guess a while ago I thought that they can do a little bit of spray up against Team Secret, considering the fact that Team Secret might be looking at the direction of Team NKT, so they might be busy dealing with that team. Unfortunately, they got spotted out, and now they just they really don't have any time, and their players are already getting picked off by Team Secret. So it's just a bad time here to for them to exit the game.
Yeah, a really rough spot to be in for the side of Bigatron Red Aliens. And I guess that's more cons than pros in that essence. Well, NKT is also taking charge over the corner. Teams gating off one another, and GK is smart enough to not go in for the direct challenge. And that is absolutely unplayable with the squad of NKT to be around. And now shots fired at the side of the GOT at the very same time. NKT will have to take a direct approach against Geek Fam as they drive over onto the bottom side. They do find themselves a very good ridge to work with. And now pushing up towards the top side against the Malaysians. It's Mika that will be following through. Joker with an impressive catch. And they continue on with their journey as well. Like that opening, we'll see them pushing up towards the hillside. Great shots onto Damru. Joker is just making magic happen. Now only down to Aizen as well as Audrey, but they will be traded right back. Spartan is already down. And Joker, what more can he do? Geek Fam in tatters. And those shots are looking perfect on the spray. They just completely shut them down. No challenge at all from Geek Fam.
Oh my goodness, and Alter Ego Eris is joining into the mix as well. I mean, they were able to get at least 1 point from Geek Fam, right? Well, they were busy dealing with NKT. Now, Voxy coming from BTR, he was able to get in there safely, but I don't know how long he's going to last. But for the side of T2K, man, they are catching a lot of nades coming from the side of Team Secret, and that is it. That is the end of the line for the Train to Kill team, and unfortunate situation for Red Queen Gaming. Again, no point for me.
Well, I'm not too sure if I'm gonna reap any points as well in this matchup, but Team Flash is still on board, as they're not really making too many aggressive approaches because they also do understand that there are a lot of teams around the north part of the map. Meanwhile, the south sees a lot of action happening because they were forced by the blue zone, of course. But other than that, I love how NKT took that fight. That was one of the best fights we've seen for a low ground versus high ground setting.
Okay, so there's a truce once again in the land of Miramar. Okay, we're not hearing any gunshots just yet. So let's take a look at Tribe Aromacy. So 2 elimination points. It's Jane and Meow Meow. Okay, feisty little Meow Meow. But here on the other side of town, Team Panda might clash with HORAA Esports. So we can see Sky cooking a nade. Pandom Maxius just holding on to his M416. Oh, pretty close nade there coming from Sky. Okay, he was able to inflict a lot of damage, and so Maxius opted to back away a little to kind of recuperate in this situation. Malix is just on standby here. Team Secret right now having an exchange as well, but Joker, Team NKT, just got shut down by none other than Rosemary of Alter Ego Eris.
Yeah, it's just getting a lot messier over the south side as well with the presence of Alter Ego over the hills. Team Secret just holding onto the spine of the hill, whereas Jiki hoping to pop a massive grenade. Not that he has much of an idea of where the member of Alter Ego has run towards. This is one of my favorite suits being worn by Team Secret, trying to perhaps get a little something out of those grenades, but still not finding any. Alter Ego, they basically dispatch themselves into a far area of play and will continue to traverse the fields into the direct center. But the further they go, they should be meeting up with FaZe Clan once again.
All right, Octa getting damaged. Okay, he just know that. Okay, I cannot go to this side because I will be shut down by perhaps Bigatron Red Aliens there, and also some players from Leo Esports. Just not sure, but hands for you. Okay, he has a couple of players coming from Team Secret as well as Finisher from Leo Esports. So I guess they're close with one another. So there's a lot of teams having an exchange right now simultaneously. So we're just waiting at which of the players are going to be shut down first, but we have to consider the distance as well. Maybe, just maybe, it could go down under just damage output, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, other than that, also, it's good just to give a little context onto what's also happening for Team Leo. Now they're back with 4 members. Good to see them actually doing really well. It's been a really good day for the Nepali team as they have managed to secure a top 3, top 2 finish in the initial match, and now also poised to even get even more out here inside of Miramar. Team Pandom, they are pressured to get into the zone as well, but it's going to be Trang from Team Secret spot hand. So this battle continues between them as well as Alter Ego, or should I say it's merely just a pickoff with no members of Alter Ego being around the corner. This is going to be a freebie even without them needing to actually go in for whatever shots. But whatever is in his loot box, they will claim for themselves. But it's Rosemary with the far angle flank all the way by the edge of the zone, and he's receiving a lot of attention.
Oh,
he will give his life for it.
And hands for you, I guess, is already a casualty, followed by Rosemary. Leo Esports, okay, this is not a good spot as well for them because they are getting munched by Octa, continuing to rack up some elimination points. Now, Team Pando Max is over here, just crashed his compound. Yes, it's UMP!
What?
Man, Team Pandom! Okay, they still survive, though. 8 elimination points, are you kidding me?
I didn't really expect that to happen. Of course, they had that explosive start in the initial course of the battle, taking down Toadout, and now look at them go. This is one of their top 8 performances, which we rarely get to see inside of Miramar, and perhaps they might be the top team to beat. Jade also claiming another life out of Alter Ego. I thought that central area of play for Alter Ego was looking pretty good if they could actually follow through, but you know, they overaggress, they send players like Rosemary to scour around, and oh no, that's not the way to go. Octa gets run over alongside with Alva, and it's possibly the only thing that they could basically hope for, a top 8 finish.
Yeah, I mean, a while ago, Alter Ego Ares is holding down one of the best spots, to be honest. But unfortunately, I believe there was just like too many teams surrounding them, so it was kind of overwhelming. And Hands for You got shut down, so I guess a three-man team really couldn't lock it. But I guess it's still okay. It's a good performance coming from Alter Ego Airs because they were able to put up 7 elimination points, and this is already stage 5 down to 7 teams remaining. So I guess they still were able to get at least 1 point from placement. So yeah, kudos still.
Yeah, and right now, take a look at AST. They have the best area of play directly in the center of it all, having the compound to defend themselves too. But they're going up against Team Secret, hoping to breach into this sector itself. Pretty much scattered as we do see a split going on from the Vietnamese side. Team Secret hoping to push through, whereas Kentang coming in from Morph team is going to be another addition to the team. I believe that we didn't really see too much coming in from the side of Kent. So in a couple of days run. Meanwhile, Team Pandem is, of course, sweeping around the areas where Team Secret is moving all the way back towards the south side. Then they're hoping to go in for that full challenge, expecting a team to be up there.
And HORAA Esports now already stepping on the gas here. I mean, they are trying to beat up FaZe Clan. But Onzen, okay, was able to shut down Malik. Nine Noise is also on the ground as well, but he's trying to keep the opponents at bay. But here comes Team Flash now, crashing the compound as well. Looking to join the game. Onzen popping off that smoke there, but he is surrounded by a lot of teams here.
Oh, Quam is on fire right now. Team Flash, they're just hugging by the corner of the church wall, praying for their own dear life. Big nades dropping over the side of Bows as well. Nine Noise now pushing outwards alongside with Mormon as they are definitely on the hunt, bringing out the DPS into play and will shred them apart. There's not much left for the side of Team Flash, unfortunately, unable to respond at all. Only 1 point as they do make it into the top 6, but that is not even close.
Great defense, though, coming from the side of FaZe. I mean, they got attacked by HORAA Esports as well as Team Flash, and they were able to survive it with a complete squad still. But anyway, Team Pandem versus Team Secret. Jay Branky already on the ground, Maxers as well, so that is the end of the line for Team Pandem because Team Secret was just really, they became a juggernaut at this point. 10 or 11 elimination points, man. They're pretty unstoppable at this moment.
Yeah, I don't know what Team Secret had for lunch or even breakfast, but the dinners are basically going their way if they continue to do so. And now top 4 with 11 points would surely see them to be at least on the top 2 radar when the game concludes. It's really about whether they take the win. FaZe Clan now pressurized by the side of Morph team coming from the back. They managed to eventually bring down a bait luck and over the back a quick swerve from Onsens to cover ground. FaZe Clan continues to survive with all 4 members intact.
Yeah, Carnage is unleashing... Oh, sorry. FaZe Clan is already unleashing carnage here for the final 4 teams, stage 6 in Erangel. And we can see that they were able to put up 6 elimination points, and we've got Mela again bagging most of them. As for the side of Morph team, oh man, he's got to keep himself quiet. They're not moving an inch, not moving muscle whatsoever to not compromise his location. But anyway, Tribe Aeromacey, they still have a complete squad. And I'm just not sure how many points they were able to put up on the board, but for Team Secret it's already 11, and I believe that is Strang that bagged most of the elimination points, and right now they are about to challenge Thailand's FaZe.
And right into this spot, Team Secret has already gotten that full information of all the teams that's around this top 4 fight. They know AST's in the compound, and they're not looking to push out as well. But it would be a really good stance for AST to do so. Meanwhile, of course, that will be a very dangerous scenario for themselves too. As the rest of Team Secret, they focus on to FaZe Clan because eventually when the circle shifts, there is a possibility where FaZe Clan does not get the circle, which is why they put in that pressure right before they make these advancements. FaZe Clan has already moved across the highway, and they will have to force to give way towards the side of the Thai squad. Mormon now presses on, finds that catch, a big one onto the side of Jakey, and now they are all scattered into different sectors of the map. Mormon doing such great work for the Thai team to open up their account. You're sending in Onsens as well to deal with Trang. Trang is overwhelmed, and FaZe Clan is here to dominate.
Getting Jicky with it, man. Jicky's still bleeding out there in the open. He's crawling desperately back to his teammate, but Break is about to break because he is low on HP here, and FaZe continues to make it rain with this. They are lighting things up, and Team Secret all coming out of space here. 4 teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen. HYPEREV already down there in the middle, controlling the pace of the game, man, and they continue to rack up points. 5 elimination right now.
And that final member of Borg have been spotted out. This is where the rest of HYPEREV comes into action. They're looking to seal the deal with the chicken dinner, blasting over on the side of FaZe Clan members. But FaZe Clan looking hot and formidable. They will secure the first knock over onto the side of Power GD. And that really holds ASD back. One hiding right behind the buggy, and he does not spot him out. Perfect nade from Meow Meow. He can get another one. Jump shot will be perfect for the side of Nine Noise, but he has succumbed to a whole lot of damage, a world of hurt. There's not much time for him to go in for a revive. This is the chance for ASC to strike.
Oh man, that was still a great shot coming from Meow. Unfortunately, he is back in the lobby, ladies and gents. Onsen is still on the ground. Melon low in HP. Nine Noise taking some damage as well, coming from the nade of HYPEREV. They continue on with the push. We've got Jane here applying a lot of pressure up against FaZe, and he was able to do so. He secured that win, but FaZe Clan did exit the game with 10 elimination points still. Now, HYPEREV versus Team Secret. It's a 2v1. We can see that Soa is now kicking up that nade up against Jane. Ooh, he was able to inflict some damage, but not enough to shut him down. Oh man, we don't know what's gonna happen here if Soas can actually pull off a miracle, eliminating the remaining players of HYPEREV.
He's receiving a lot of damage from the nade, and it's overwhelming. This is the first win for South Asia. It is ASC. HYPEREV finally claims their winner chicken dinner for Nepal.
Finally, we have been waiting since day number 1 for South Asian teams to actually step up. Oh man, but okay, let me just get it straight. This is Jane, right? Of HYPEREV. Okay, so already switched team, because I know that Jane is actually playing for Train to Kill. So right now he is with HYPEREV. Okay, cool. All right, this is the first time I found out about this one. But okay. Again, I just know that we have a lot of fans down there for South Asian teams, and now HYPEREV waving their flags right now. This is one Nepali team that you need to watch out for. I mean, they are already stepping on the gas. Meow also, I've seen this guy already, and I just know that he is, even if he is, he's small, but he's terrible.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, very lethal on the field, but Jane has proved why he has always been one of the best in the scene for the longest of time, even with the switch of teams as well. HYPEREV, of course, have their fair share of struggle throughout the course of these past couple of days, but this is that chicken dinner to once again put them into not only the limelight, but a much better position for the grand finals. And they could not play that out even more perfectly. The moment that you saw them taking over on that compound where members of Alter Ego was holding out, which they should hold out longer, right, for Alter Ego, but they were not really playing safe throughout the course of the run, which they should have had. But for AST, they did the right thing. They strike at the perfect moment. It's all about timing as well as execution on that final bout. It got so hairy because there was fights happening all around with Team Secret, FaZe Clan, Team Pandem was somewhere around there as well. But they say, let these guys have their run. We will have the final say by the end of the match.
Oh man, and just like I said, this is the first that I found out about the fact that, Jane actually switched teams now. So I guess they're testing out this new roster coming from HYPEREV, and with this kind of performance, man, it is a bright future for this team. And again, I mean, we also have to give a spotlight, for teams that actually did good, for this round. But if we're going to be taking a closer look, Team Secret versus HYPEREV. When it comes to damage output, obviously it goes to Team Secret, and also they were able to put up 12 elimination points. But it is I think when it comes to positioning, it was Tribe Aeramacy who made sure that okay, they can utilize that area into accumulating a lot of. I think it all boils down to that perfect timing.
Indeed it was, and it has been a very explosive round, not only from Team Panda, but Team Secret. Trang did so much damage in this course of around 883 with 4 elimination points, and if you add together, the total is a lot higher. Look at that, Trang did only 30% of the contribution in essence, because everybody has been able to really put big points on the block. So I wonder how does the tally looks like by the end of the round. Jane also emerging to be the top performer in this matchup alongside with Onsis of FaZe Clan, and not forgetting Joe Branky.
Yeah, and Jay Branky. Okay, you know what? This is also the first time for me that I actually saw his face. You know, a face to go with the name. So yeah, I mean Jay Branky. Even before the tournaments that I casted, he's always been very accurate, when it comes to getting placement and some elimination points. I do believe when it comes to Team Pandem, he is the most aggressive one in securing the points that the team needs to make sure that they maintain the position in the overall ranking. So I do expect a lot of things, coming from Jay Branky. Now, let's just focus on the match rankings. 19 points again coming from Tribe, and then followed by Team Secret with 18, so it's just a 1-point difference, I guess. FaZe is also up there in top 3 together with Team Pandem. So 4 teams that actually scored a double-digit number. As for the teams that didn't do well, that would be Todak, Geek, and Bigatron Red Alias, which is like I said, Bigatron, they always start slow, but when push comes to shove, when there is really a need for them to have an explosive performance, they do step up.
Yeah, and most often than not, all the teams have managed to make it into the late stages of the circle. It's just the circumstances of how they've played over the south side. Most of the teams that ended up with no points or very little points were the ones that were late into the party, right? So therefore, it has been a really, really difficult round. And of course, we got good news and also bad news to share later on. But let's start with the good news, right? Like, this round has been exhilarating in all forms, with a lot of explosive action coming from Pandem, FaZe Clan, and so many more names to go. Hans, for you, hasn't really been known too much for his long-distance shots, but most of the battles wasn't exactly all too far off. So it's 244, some of the lowest. And take a look at this. Team Secret overtakes the Savior, overtakes Vampire Esports to be the #1 team, inching closer to 100 points with that 93 on the block.
Ooh, man. Again, if you finish at the top rank, when it comes to the semifinals, I guess it's just bragging rights. But still, man, it's a wonderful performance coming from this Vietnamese team. There's a little bit of civil war going on because this Savior is also Vietnam. But then again, I mean, which team will be the one to put up that flag in the overall rankings, right?
Mm-hmm. And right now, taking a look at the second page itself, it's Team Flash now pushed down 2 spots. Now, it's so interesting now that every team is catching up, really putting up big performances. Names that didn't really show up on day 1 and day 2 is starting to actually shine. And T2K have now secured the top 16 spot. Congratulations to them, but there's still a whole lot more work to do. Now, I said there's good news and there's bad news, right? Tribe Aeramacy, despite them securing a chicken dinner, all their efforts were in vain because they have logged in with a different user ID, and that is without informing the organizers as well. So they are having a penalty of 20-point reduction. It's so sad because they could have actually climbed all the way up too.
Oh, no way! Are you kidding me? What is wrong? Okay, there is a set of rules you guys obviously need to follow, so I don't understand why you guys are pushing this one. I mean, Team Flash started it, and then followed by Morph Team, and now Tribe Aeramacy. I mean, which team is next?
Honestly, think that this is a little ridiculous, right? Like, 20 points is no joke. It could basically send you out of the tournament, but I don't know. The good news is they found their rhythm, they found their momentum, they found themselves a win. But at what cost? So if you're gonna commit silly mistakes like that, I mean, it doesn't happen to just one team. Now it's been 3 teams in the span of 3 days, and I hope there's no other teams that will be doing this. I think that, of course, they need to be reminded yet again. Just use the same ID. There's no wrong in using. I mean, there's no difference unless, you know, if you want to copy the settings, make sure you remember your settings and just take your sweet time in that few span of a break and readjust your settings in order to prepare yourself into the next one. So, of course, with that being said, we'll take a short break. We give them some space and we'll come back for more Chicken Dinner action.
The excitement and the battle continues on for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7, and I do have one thing to say. Please do not use unregistered names for the tournament, okay? To avoid getting a 20-point deduction inside the game. So again, my name is Red Queen, and together with Contra, and we are still your casters for this spectacular event.
Yep, and of course, it was heartbreaking. We were so happy for AST to actually secure the win, but like we said before, that was in vain with, you know, small little mistakes to be committed outside of the game that has resulted in such. But, you know, a win is a win. That is the first win for South Asia, as Nepal has claimed it, in the name of AST. Can they do it, though? Moving into match 15, we shall find out in moments' time. Whereas, for looking into how teams are performing for today, it has been spectacular. It's so impressive that, you know, teams that were not really emerging too much coming into the first 2 days are now stepping up to really show off what they are made of. Leo has also been one of the top performing teams coming from Nepal. Are we going to see another win coming for South Asia into this match?
You know, in every tournament, I know there would be a lot of upsets, and this one particular upset is something that I did not even expect. But anyway, I mean, we will continue on with the matches, ladies and gents. And again, as mentioned, we've got, you know, top Erangel performers So again, this is going to be a matchup for Group B versus Group C. So I guess we are going to welcome back 52 Esports, Point Donkey, Agonai 8, A1 Roy, Sem9, RRQ, and of course the Real Soldiers.
Yep, and looking into the whole roster of teams that are on board right now, they are definitely going to be gearing themselves up for this challenge, and you guys can gear yourselves up too by downloading the GearUP Booster to prevent any lag or latency issues for you to secure your own chicken dinner. Speaking of chicken dinners, it's time to predict who's going to win. So, Red Queen, would you like to go first?
Okay, so this is going to be a versus B, and you know what? I'm going to go back and choose HORAA Esports. I think this time they can seal the deal.
Okay, just a quick check. Is Team Secret playing in this matchup? Like, if they are, that's something that I would like to pick, or else I'm going with Team Flash with this one.
Team Flash, good choice.
Yeah, I guess I'll stick to Team Flash because they have really shown really good results for the past couple of days, not only in Miramar, but also in this respective match up as well. So that's currently my prediction moving forward.
Ooh, Tri-Berry. Oh, man. Just because they won the chicken dinner, you think they can actually get another one? Okay. Well, if they do get another one, I just hope that they play with the registered names. So I said, please stop breaking the rules, guys. I mean, we are all having fun, and of course, we cannot really blame it to the organization. I mean, they're just really implementing the rules, you know, making sure that everyone will have a fair gameplay. You know, that is one way of upholding, of course, the integrity of the tournament.
That's right. If you won't do this in other tournaments, you should not do it here as well, right? Like, there's no good reason to. So stick to what the rules are, and things will be absolutely good. So hopefully, you know, AST will be able to pull off a Team Flash in that sense. Get deducted, no problem. Get more wins. That's the solution. But, you know, that wasn't exactly a joke. I'm looking at AST. The way they played was very, very precise, what they needed to execute in those right moments. And I understand why the votes are back onto their side, especially we're talking about momentum. I just hope that the news that was broken to them just a couple of minutes ago will not shatter their morale. And I guess, like, you know, they got to uphold themselves into what went on, because that's something that is unchangeable, so they will have to soldier on. Speaking of that, the RS is also playing in this matchup. We'll see if it's going to be explosive or not in the initial stages of this match. Once again, Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7 kicks off once more in Erangel.
Match this evening. We are nearing the end of day number 3 once again, ladies and gents, and pretty much we're going to see a lot of reshuffle to happen for the overall rankings, and we're just waiting, of course, for those teams, especially at the bottom of the rankings, to kind of have an explosive performance as well, so they could get the right position in the ranking to proceed to the grand finals, where they can absolutely have a chance to take, you know, the biggest slice of the cake, of the $5,000 prize pool. Now, here we go, ladies and gents. So we can see that the flight pad is a little onto the north side, and Void Donkey, I believe they're headed towards the Zarki area for phase 1. They're probably headed perhaps 3 more square feet pyramid. This is always the area that I see them drop, to be honest. Now, BTR is around there in the center together with RRQ, T2K in Stephanie. Now, which of the teams here is going to challenge them up? Because if I remember correctly, T2K always finds themselves with a team to contest.
And speaking of which, of course, we are looking at very, very close proximity areas to be contested right now, especially on that region of Gakut. I do see ASIA to be floating around the area of play against Morph. Meanwhile, Team Flash, the moment I voted for them, they want to pick up another initial battle. The last that we saw them, they lost out on that fight in Erangel as well. So A1 Esports, they were very familiar with all these stances coming into Yasna Pollyanna. Now that they try to take claim into the city, whoever wins in this city will be able to enjoy that first stage of the circle. Meanwhile, here comes the jump shot from Batman. He does secure it. Quick work out of that member of A1. So with a deficit here, A1, what are they about to do with this forward push? Another big name from Gosu as well. And this is looking clean for Team Flash.
Hello? Okay, so I thought I'm having technical issues here, but I do wonder if Batman actually stepped up. He jumped right over the fence, right, and said, "I'm Batman," and then takes the shot. That could be fun. But anyone, A1 again. Okay, 2 casualties now up against Team Flash. I don't really understand what's going on with A1 Esports. And then this is not the kind of performance that we do expect coming from this team. Perhaps they're playing in another tournament because that's always the case, right? But Hitman with a massive shotgun kill eliminates Batman in the process.
That's a quick 1-2 tap, but the nades are good! Oh my word! We thought we would see a bigger clutch coming from Hitman. Team Flash, they committed a minor mistake of trying to go for that revive by that staircase. And now it could have basically be a full squad that survives, and they're down to only one. The caster curse is absolutely real, but it's a win. 4 points for Team Flash.
This is what I call a Pyrrhic victory. Okay, you did win the fight, but
And with that point haul that they had, it's honestly not too concerning just yet. But taking a look at this very early appearance of Stage 1 Circle, it wraps all the way from Impala, or should I say Lipovka, into the corners of Milta. So plenty of space, but it still covers a wide spectrum of water where it's still going to be pretty tough. So teams, if they want to take a checkpoint somewhere around the central area of the map, is still going to be pretty much feasible. Other than that, Milta's going to be a really good place to be. That's where NKT hopes to claim some space against DRS.
Whew. I feel like we've been getting, similar circles from game 1 down to game number 4 because it always favors the east side of the map. I mean, again, we're back to having a little bit of water here. I guess this is at least 40% water. So we don't, the land mass is not that much, for the rest of the teams here. So even if we are just at stage 1, I think it's gonna get crowded, and again, these teams they will no longer have a choice but to actually engage with one another just because of this fact.
Yeah, true enough. I guess there is pros and cons to this where if you're a team playing into this form of matchup, it gets a little bit more predictable because you would usually not hug by the shorelines knowing for the fact that there is the least likelihood of the circle to be pulled towards that direction. So playing around the center of that field or somewhere towards wherever that covers a better landmass will be the best possible call. Other than that, you just really have to prepare for all the swarm of teams that will be driving towards your way if you're going to be around that center. And that's something that Dota really has to do because they're going to be taking that lumber hill as well as the quarters of prison, just like how Alter Ego has played out from yesterday, as you can take a look at the mini map. And plenty of these teams, they're not even anywhere close by. So I wonder what could they make good use of this situation.
Well, there's so many parts here in Erangel that is kind of brewing to have an engagement like T2K. Voindunky, Roy, they're all in the same proximity. FaZe can actually, go up against Sem9 at this point, but that is, of course, if this teams decide to have an early engagement. I mean, you do need those extra elimination points, and some of the teams that I mentioned kind of needs exactly that. But for Morph and Aegon IA, they are over at the West Bridge coming from the military base, so that's also a fight that is brewing up ahead. Now, Aegon IA, boom, there you go with a DPS. Unfortunately, he is slow on the trigger there, so Morph team, well, it was an easy kill, I can say.
Yeah, kind of whiffed both of the shots as well. He needed one, but also not really blaming him because that Morph player just run right through so swiftly. Now hiding right behind the tree is not really the good way to go for the I-8 member. Nip is already taken down, which I believe will be secured by Morph eventually, but there is still pressure over on the other line. Now, trades are happening with Yo still hitting the mark with only Nachi left. So that is going to be a clean up crew with a perfect execution Morph team. Another one, and here comes the try. Sewell Noah trying to stop the members of T2K. They managed to pick two, but this is going to be costly with the rival of Kansas all the way towards the back. One trade-off right there, but they are also being marked off of their location. Noah's already down on the floor. Force tries to trade right back. Roy will be able to save themselves, but not too much for T2K.
Whew, okay, so that was an unfortunate business deal for the side of T2K. I mean, they were just passing by. Unfortunately, they got caught slipping by Team Roy here, so there's a huge opportunity for them to score points. Now, 3 elimination points is not bad at all, but T2K is still alive. They still got 2 more players. It's Igneous and Tudu Love. Are they going to avenge their comrades? That is still the big question. Or are they going to prioritize to get inside the circle, find them a good spot, and just like maybe chill for a while?
Yeah, it seems like there is not going to be any form of chill, at least for Don't Find Donkey. Upon getting those health bars back up, it doesn't even matter for Potato at all. No points for Void Donkey. Unfortunately, they slipped back into their day one shenanigans where they could not even retrieve much out of all these altercation. Roy Esports on massive improvements, though. Yesterday, winning that chicken dinner. And today, looking to cut right into the top 16, currently hauling those 4 points against members of T2K. And it is really troublesome for T2K because we saw them improve, taking that top 16 spot. But now with the presence of DRS, that can quickly change by the end game.
Okay, not sure, because I can see some of you down there in the comment section saying that we don't have an audio, but okay, we're just gonna continue to talk anyway. To Esports, okay, having a good time, honestly speaking. I mean, still a good performance. They're still on the first page, so we're just waiting for them to light things up, inside our fourth match this evening. Now, coming to Bigatron Red Aliens, they're still at the bottom. They're still on page number 3 here, and obviously they do need to pick up some points. I'm just looking at where they are exactly. I feel like, okay, they are already in the middle. They're inside the circle, surrounded by a lot of teams. So there's a lot of opportunities here to assume points.
They do, and meanwhile, the ones that are closest to each other is Toadout versus FaZe Clan. These two teams are not willing to budge, with Toadout coming up with a very impressive setup. A member on the outskirts currently taking a 1-2-1 position, whereas T2K with the final member of Igneous hoping to still continue on the fight against Roy Esports. Down but not out, but they are by the blue zone. I'm not sure if the vehicle's still intact for the member of T2K, because if he really has to dash off, there's not going to be much space if you're going on foot. So they cannot loiter for too long. He's got 3 first aid kits, which could be put into good use. Whereas GK eventually will bleed out, so he does have his buggy. He should be going for a high tail chase, perhaps later on. Well, or should I say just budge off? This is the perfect opportunity. That member that's being knocked down will eventually be revived, perhaps, if there's enough time, but shots are still being fired by the side of Roy Esports. Enough time being bought. Look at how far they are! Can they survive?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big question. I do hope they have enough first aid kits, you know, to revive themselves. Also, Quan from Team Flash is outside of the zone here. I'm not even sure if he has a vehicle to work with, but it's a good thing though for the side of T2K. I mean, Ignis still has his buggy, although bitten up already, but it still can get you from point A to point B. So I guess he has managed to do that quick escape. But anyway, Roy Esports, they're not out of the woods just yet. They are traveling from the northern side, getting into the circle here, but a surprise might greet them. I'm not sure if they'll be heading towards the north side of the circle here. I mean, I can see some a little, like compounds there, maybe like some shelter that they can stay in. But there's also a possibility that they will clash with the 9.
Yeah, and speaking of clashes out there, Sem9 has already spotted out majority of the members of Morph team rotating across these corners, and it's just easy pickups out there. Bobo will just move out into the area of space, try to scout out ahead. As you can see, that it is a very tight space over on towards the south side. And this is the corners of the Pubg, which has very little space left for them to really hold on to. So driving down into the areas of the field will be a very, very difficult area to play. So Sem9, whatever points that they can get from here, they will do it very, very quickly and be on their way. More and more first aid kits for them to stash up.
Yeah, and just look at where the Roy team is currently at. I mean, they're around Milta, where there is a Sem9 and of course Bigatron Red Aliens. I mean, Bigatron, they always have that, chance to accumulate points, but they're not taking it. They're not really being aggressive at any point of the match here. I mean, I'm still waiting for them to kind of light up the fireworks, because everyone's so excited for them to climb up the ranks. But anyway, Sem9 continues to do a spray here up against Porsche, up against one more player coming from Roy Esports, but to no avail.
They're just focused on to getting themselves safe into this mix of rotations. Meanwhile, Morph team holding into the compound, hoping to draw a little blood against the side of Sem9, but Sem9 continuously hunts them down. They know that they have been weakened up, and that is going to be an easy stance for Luyu to be popping off. Now, it's been a while since I see Luyu. He is one of the top fraggers heading into the Malaysian region, and it's good to see him back now working together with Yu Hai. And what I do see on the minimap is that this is going to be a really good game for the South Asians, because DRS 52 Esports, as well as what I last saw, AST, what they are nowhere to be seen. I believe, they are actually next to the side of DRS. Well, over on the south side, it's flocked with all these South Asian teams. Meanwhile, on the north, all the SEA teams are on board, with Toadot really being very, very courageous to still stick towards this split over on the hills, as well as the wheat fields of Milta. So they'll be looking at who exits the town, and at the same time, who approaches from that hillside. A very, very challenging place, but if they execute it right, this could be a really good game for Toadot.
Yep. I mean, if you could hold off multiple angles, then no more chance of getting elimination points from. But if one of them gets shut down, okay. So just as I was saying it, okay. So one of them actually got shut down by FaZe. So I guess let's see how they're going to be recuperating for this one. I mean, Claire is still on the ground here. Iftar trying to save his teammate, but Mormon is making it impossible for him with a Mini 14.
Yeah, you can only rely on those headshots, and it's really tough to actually get it right when players could be running out about. Zygot now going for the spray. It seems like they're trying out a completely different roster coming in from the side of BTR, or they're just changing names every other game because they can't change their IVs, right? Like, it's almost impossible. But it is a very different look that we're seeing coming from the Red Alien side. I do wonder what exactly is the approach here, but when it comes down to playing over on the course of Milta, they have been able to hold out against even Sem9 that has made a pit stop, merely just a pit stop. Now drives towards the side of the hill. The Malaysian Tigers are somehow moving towards the direction of Roy Esports. And Kwang still offers a little bit of damage, but he will be blown off. Sem9 will go in for that trade, making it pretty easy.
Okay, so now I get it. BTR is actually not playing with their original roster. Or who knows? Probably they have changed their IGNs. We don't exactly know. But 10-9, okay, going back into the game here. Kenny doing the massive string. Porsche is trying to counter, but Porsche is already on the ground. He got shot by a DBS as well, courtesy of Sem9, of course. 6 elimination points. Oh man, they are on a roll.
They definitely are as they continue on to pile pressure towards whoever is in the edges. And Roy got taken out by the play zone instead. Good effort from Sem9, but they won't be rewarded with that point, unfortunately. Roy Esports, we saw how difficult it was. They were battling T2K for too long out on the blue zone. And this is the main problem to be the bane of that Vietnamese team's existence. But we carry forward. Now, I want to focus on these South Asian teams over on the south side. There's so many of them that are just locking each other out. And you can't exactly drive over onto these cores if you're from AST.
Oh, you're right. I mean, most of the teams that I see down south are coming from South Asia. I mean, 52, T2K, Tribe Aeromacey, and DRS. Okay, this is interesting. Now, if we're going to check like which of the teams are probably going to have a fight, that would be Tribe Aeromacey versus 52 Esports. Now, EVUs, I just know, even if he is pretty close with both of the teams that I mentioned, he's probably not going to be taking the fight because, well, he is all alone. He doesn't have that firepower anymore. But with this circle shift, he doesn't have a choice but to actually get in and perhaps try his luck eliminating some of the players coming from 52. Probably not all, but he can get some elimination points if he is lucky.
Yeah, and things are looking to be very interesting from both South as well as North, where Toda, FaZe Clan, they're in charge of gating away both Sem9 as well as RQ. Meanwhile, I'll focus on both DRS as well as NKT. Whoever controls that region will be seeing the end game for sure. But remember, BTR is also in the mix. They will be forced into that area of play as well. So there will be a battle that will be taking place between NKT as well as BTR eventually. Whereas, it's a long-range trade from the Malaysian side. Toda versus Sem9. The Swordfishes, as you can see, is eyeing out for you, High Boy, getting him down to 50% of health.
A while ago, we saw that Todak actually trying to hold off multiple angles, but right now they are all together in just one compound. Now, here comes the fight that we've said a while ago. 52 Esports versus Sparrowmace. Leon with a wonderful shot of a DPS. Meow Meow goes down hard. Let's see what kind of counter Tribe Aeromacey has in their sleeves as 52 Esports try to get into a better position to slay them as well.
A great execution from 52 Esports, putting up a massive defense, but of course at a cost. 2 members down from each side, and Incas still makes a world of hurt for them. Whereas Voltrux running around, almost getting shut down completely. I believe that to be pressure coming in from another squad as well. DRS has been overlooking into this compound, hearing all these noises. 9 now drops the nade towards the side of Bobo Host, so there is going to be a fight taking place. Infiltration into the compound. Tribe Aeromacey is still yet to settle this dispute against the side of 52, but he's running around these area. They've heard the footsteps already, but no sight to be seen so far. Big nades over on the side of Voltros does catch him out. Alien, can he actually go for the revive? Is there even enough time to do so? As AST is still pressuring them. Nades after nades. Leon just taking his sweet time. He knows that the only way out is for them to crawl through. Oh boy, that second nade almost depletes the fallen member.
I just do hope they brought in a lot of nades for the side of Tribe Aeromacey. I mean, this is one of the best choices that they can do, is just really throw in a lot of nades, and hopefully they could shut down at least 2 members of the opposition. But now Todak, Iftar, already alone in the situation up against Sem9. It's going to be hard. But, okay, so this is a 2v1. If he play his cards right, I mean, we're not discounting the fact that he can probably pull off a miracle here and actually eliminate the remaining players of Sem9. But then again, Sem9 seems to be on a momentum here, and I feel like they're kill hungry, at this point in the competition. So I am thinking probably, Sem9 has that goal to actually score that winner chicken, but they have to take care of business first. They have to take out Iftar out of the equation.
Yeah, this looks to be a really strong set-line game overall from the way that they approach all these team fights from the early game up till this very moment. If they're all alone, honestly, will be depleted of resources. No more frag grenades, only smokes in his hands. So he's just going to be starting off the staircase, looking for whether or not Sem9 will push through. That's going to be a member spotted out where Kenny, he's just chilling, man. Like, he's pretty much out of space to even move about, but he gets that opportunity to just advance right through. We hear shots being fired. I do believe that to be NKT versus BTR and also DRS over onto the south side. And that is going to be a tough ordeal. ParaGD with the P90 will be able to go with. They are still fighting in this compound.
Yeah, obviously, Leon at this moment buying some time for Too Easy to actually pick up his teammate. Now, Paragon, of course, applying pressure. Inka's a little bit low on the HP here, so obviously he needs to injects himself with a first aid kit here just to make sure that they survive the game. But of course, it's a tight competition for everyone. We're down to 9 teams remaining, and it seems to me that NKT right now is bringing down players coming from the side of Bigatron Red Aliens. And as for momentum, 10 elimination points coming from Sem9, and Kodak right now goes out of the game.
ParaGD still has a little bit left on the tank, almost bringing down that member side of 52 Esports, but unfortunately, he will bow out. Valiant effort coming in, but AST looking to be in a very good rhythm, but they still finish it over onto the 8th spot. DRS playing it really smart. They know that there are a couple of compounds to claim, but that will also be a tough challenge. So they rather play on the outskirts, a very familiar spot for the side of DRS to play through this open spacing against the likes of our RQ Ryu. Now, it's interesting to also note that RQ Ryu has been able to win the trade against FaZe Clan early on by flushing them through of these tight spaces. Big nades now drop towards the side of Chana, only chipping away some health bars. Our RQ has a respectable distance, but this is going to be a little bit problematic the longer it takes because BTR... Oh, I said it a little too soon. That's going to be a big nade from NKT as they will be the kings of the Southwest.
Yeah, good game coming from Team NKT. Okay, DRS right now going up against RQ. We've seen RQ dominate a fight just a while ago. I mean, they did get a chicken dinner for today, so I do hope that they still have that kind of energy back into the fourth game this evening. 52 Esports, on the other hand, for elimination points, we've got Too Easy on the ground as we speak, but he's getting picked up by Voltrux. But then again, the pressure is already high. The adrenaline is high as well because we are down to just 5 teams remaining. And at this point, this particular spot right here is already being devoured by the blue zone, and we've got 2 more teams right in front of us.
And now pressure is on the side of 52 Esports, just by the very edge of the zone, only having a couple of all these ridges to take cover off of. English and Spanish now knocks down Too Easy, and that was an incredible spray, especially through the smokes as well. Not too sure how he managed that, but here comes a big nade dropping into the structured vehicles, and that isn't exactly a barricade that can even hold up for the side of 52 Esports. Make it rain, it's DRS. Swinging it a little bit wide on those grenade tosses, but I guess eventually the play zone will also devour 52. They need to take a firm stance. They need to take this fight. They go in for that revive upon Too Easy. But what more can they do this time? They need the direct hits. They need to find the rest of DRS. And it's DRS to find them instead.
Yep, and DRS obviously shifted their attention back to 52 because it's a vulnerable spot for DRS zoning. They don't have any cover whatsoever. They're hiding behind their cars. It is only right that they tried to engage with 52 before they even, continue their fight. Continue their altercation with RQ because 52 Esports can potentially eliminate them from behind. But you know what? 52 Esports is putting up a fight here. You know, they're putting up a show. Oh man, Voltrix continues to stay alive in this exchange. But man, Team NKT as well doing a spray up against 52. So high pressure game and a lot of determination coming from 52 Esports.
That's what I've actually expected. These three teams that were locking out each other will eventually find both Sam9 as well as NKT to be looking for a third-party action from afar as well. Crispy now being knocked down by Mr. Joe. NKT starting to show their fangs in this matchup. After taking out BTR, they want more blood as they zoom into the center of the field. They had such a good vantage point early on to spot them out. Big nades now drop right in. The exchange goes through, but it's the God that gets popped instead. And that's actually coming from Luyu that shuts them down. So Fnatic, he is going to see if he could actually secure a couple of secured points, but they have to deal with the rest of Sam9 up on the approach. Big nades now tossed towards the side of Kenny. Whereas Luyu over in the back, big lobs, but that's going to find them in tatters overall. RQ have just eliminated the big Tigers that finishes fourth.
Man, RQ right now is a force to be reckoned with. I mean, I do love the split, you know, it's a great display of offense and defense at the same time. The way that they are trying to do the cleanup here up against M9 and DRS is just amazing. But you know what? DRS is still, you know, trying to come up with a strong feature here up against the NKT. But, you know, it's a matter of time before they eliminate these players and actually challenge up the guys from RQ. But NKT also putting up a very good fight here. I mean, they were just able to put down X from that nade exchange, and RRQ is just joining into the mix here.
Oh, I hear push coming from the side of Joker, but DRS continues to defend for their very own lives. But it just opens up so much space for RRQ, and this is undoubtedly going to be their game to take care with such a big control across the span of the area of the map. And now swinging by, it's going to be Crispy to slowly choke out the rest of DRS. There's barely enough room to play out, but the top two finish is good enough for the Nepali side. But RRQ remains tall in order to secure their chicken dinner.
Man, they came, they saw, they conquered. Chicken winner, our chicken dinner of the night. Team RRQ displays a great and phenomenal performance for day number 3 of the semifinals.
And once again, they win out in this map of Erangel. Somehow they've got it all figured out within the span of the past 2 days. Their rotation's pretty clean. And even despite them not really playing in coverage for the most part, look at how well they've been able to keep all of their members alive throughout the course of the battle. Whereas you see so many teams just really taking each other out when they were holding on to the compounds. But RRQ, they are eagle-eyed to just slowly wither them down, going picks after picks. And even with a team with a hot form like 7-9 was on the approach, they managed to steer clear the danger with those utilities that they have. And just like that, RRQ gets that back-to-back Erangel win. I don't really want to know whether if they could secure more heading into those battles in Miramar, but that was spectacular from the team.
Yes. Oh man, that was great to watch. I mean, RQ obviously making a statement here. They're banging on their chest right now and just saying, oh, we are the team to beat here. We are definitely catching up to those teams that are on the top 8, and just to make sure that everyone witnesses our greatness. And that's exactly what is happening with Team RQ. And can you imagine? I mean, back-to-back winner chicken dinner.
Yeah. And finally, they broke in the streak coming from the Vietnamese side as well, right? Like, yesterday was Team Flash, and day 1, it was the Savior. Today, it seems to be a very dominant showing coming in from RRQ Ryu. Now, of course, there's going to be a lot more of matches to come for other teams to also hope to get the bite of that chicken dinner. But we saw how NKT have been popping up on the feet for most part throughout the course of the day. And in this matchup, it's not too different as well. They dealt with BTR. They also dealt with teams like DRS. They were very adamant onto taking an aggressive approach into these matches and see a really close fight between them, as well as No Mercy in comparison in form of stats. But these two teams never really had that full-on collapse with each other. But somehow the MVP comes from 7-9 instead, with Luyu dealing a truck ton of damage, 858, and it's good to have him back on the circuit.
Yeah, honestly speaking, I mean, NKT did not make it easy for DRS to actually eliminate them. And then I said it a while ago, they did put up a great fight up against DRS. That is why DRS became so vulnerable to Team RRQ because, I mean, they lost the players. One of them is currently knocked down, and the only player left for the side of DRS to defend themselves would be English or Spanish. And that was the right opportunity for RRQ to actually just swoop in and take the victory.
Yep, and overall, just looking at even newer names to be brought forward into play. Roy Esports finally having GK to be part of the match report as well, and they definitely had a lot of traveling to do throughout the course of the matchup, and that is a massive 21-point haul for the side of RRQ Rio with their second chicken dinner of the day, followed by Sam9 with an incredible performance of 14 points, and majority of that is due to the fact that they've been able to frag out with 10 elimination points. NKT 11, 9 for the side of DRS, and 52 Esports is also in the top 5. Big improvements from South Asia overall.
And Faceland, Egan I8, Wine Donkey again exits the game with no elimination points whatsoever. Now, Egan I8, I also have a little bit of curiosity about this team. I mean, Balak is one of the players that I do believe can always deliver. I mean, I've seen them really perform, or give the fans a stellar performance. But right now, they seem to be lacking in tenacity inside of Battlefield. But who knows? Again, this is the third day, although we're already halfway through the semifinals. I mean, if they want to make things happen, they should start doing so, because a lot of teams are already stepping onto the gas here just to make sure that they secure spots in the grand finals.
And speaking of that, these teams are definitely poised to be in the run to the grand finals on the first page. 52 Esports now reclaim a couple of positions, pushing into 4th. Team Pandem not part of the game, so they will slide down for a tad bit. But RRQ Ryu, remember this, RRQ was from the bottom of the pages before they secured those massive wins, and now we find themselves into the first page with that 6th placement. Now, moving into the second page, Team Flash first, they are now tied with 7-9 on 9th as well as 10th respectively, whereas DRS moves back into a top 14 spot.
And hey, Team Flash continues to perform better. I mean, they got knocked down out of the first 8 teams in the overall rankings, but they are still included in the top 16, so I'd still say they're doing a great job. But as for the teams from 17 down to 24, Roy Esports with that great performance, they moved 1 spot. Okay, they're now at the 20th with 34 points, but of course they still need to exert a lot of effort, a lot of work just to make sure that they again get a place in the grand finals. Tribe RMAC, again, it was a disappointing turn of events. I mean, after all that hard work of securing a chicken dinner and actually putting up a huge number of points onto the scoreboard, only to be penalized with a 20-point deduction is something that, of course, even the fans did not expect. So hopefully they come back stronger in the next rounds to come, in the next days to come, so that we can see them play for us in the grand finals.
Yeah, and of course, with that, we'll like to take a short break, and when we do come back, there are more chicken dinners to come. So do stay tuned, and we'll catch you in a moment. Welcome back after the short break, and I hope all of you guys have been having a spectacular weekend so far, spending time with us here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. We have the best out of Southeast Asia and South Asia contending to make their way into the grand finals. It's Red Queen Andy with me, always beautiful and lovely to be with here. And of course, my name is Contra. Make sure you drop us a follow as well on our social media. And most importantly, make sure you hit that sub and like button on Ruthless Hype Esports' YouTube channel and all of their social media accounts as well to keep you guys up to speed of the realm of PUBG Mobile Esports, because there's just so many updates, there's so many tournaments running, they will get you covered. But of course, over here, there is a tournament running, and they are absolutely gunning for a whole lot more. 2 wins for RQ back-to-back in Erangel, but this time we switch over to Miramar.
At least we've got that one flag, representing South Asia. Again, I do have a poll going on my IG stories, so just make sure you follow us on our social media platforms. I mean, we're cool people. I mean, we're giving you guys a very good show. You're all hyped up, we're calling out the shots here. We're giving you guys a good story, so might as well hit us back with a follow, like, and subscribe. Also do that for Ruthless Hype Esports. This is a pretty cool community as well. I love casting here. I love coming back. You guys are all amazing. That is why Ruthless Hype Esports deserve a sub. So go hit that sub button. Now, here comes match number 16 in Miramar. We're already halfway through day number 3. So again, it is time for us to pick a team that we think is gonna catch that winner. I am way off my game here, Contra. We haven't even scored a point.
I'm not even sure if I'm part of the game right now because I've not scored any points throughout both seasons. But, I'm looking at trends happening for today, right? Like, for Erangel, it has been very Indonesia dominant, or should I say Southeast Asia dominant for the moment. But this is where the chances are pretty high, not only for certain teams that have traditionally performed well, but South Asian teams really don't know the ins and outs of this map, and therefore I'm putting my hopes this time with another South Asian team to get a chicken dinner, and that is 52X Esports.
Oh, quick on your prediction there, huh? Okay. I see you. Okay, so Miramar, it's A versus B production. Who are you gonna go with? Guys, by the way, you guys are welcome to join us in this fun little game that we're having. You can cast your prediction as well. I mean, we'd love to see, which of the teams here are going to go for. We'd love for you guys to join in the conversation as well. Okay, so are you kidding me, Prod? Do you think this is really going to happen? Oh, but okay. Yeah, I do agree, because it's not impossible, by the way, for Team RQ to actually score 3 winner chicken dinners in a day. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they already did that twice.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm now thinking. Okay, just give me some time. I don't want to break my rule of choosing the same team, because I always want to spice things up. It's okay. I'm gonna leave that choice with you guys. So okay, A and B, Miramar. Game started. Okay, wait a minute. I'll take. I'm gonna give a chance to Roy Esports.
Okay, we'll see whether if Roy can get another win, because yesterday they managed to do so. And quickly as we go, we're getting ourselves ready for our game to begin in a short moment. And the clock runs down to 10 as we count it all together in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. It's time to find out who will be our next victors to take a bite of the glorious chicken dinner.
Cut it from slack, guys. It's hard to choose a team. We're talking about 24 teams, right? So it's like, oh man, it's like winning a lottery, honestly speaking. But anyway, second Miramar this evening, ladies and gents, and we're back into the gunfights that we also love. And I can see Chumacero down below, Ladriela, Montenuevo. So, yep, okay. We are actually headed up top. It's the northeast side of Miramar here. I'm expecting a Los Leones clash, and I'm expecting some of the guys there will probably drop around San Martin. Okay, usually this is what I noticed yesterday, that when it comes to Erangel, we do see a lot of drop clashes that happens. But when it comes to Miramar, yesterday there weren't even that much drop clashes. So, is it still going to be the same story for today?
Well, we'll have to take a look at San Martin as well as Hacienda if that's going to be the case. More specifically, Hacienda del Patron, where the last we saw, Team Pandem was basically taking on Toda. This time, of course, I believe one of the teams to be taking a break. So Team Pandem might actually secure it for themselves, but DRS, remember this, they love Hacienda too. And RQ is also floating into the same direction. Potentially, we might get ourselves a fight, or perhaps not. What's also interesting to look at in the map is this widespread of Leo Esports' position right now.
Wow.
And that is absolutely perfect for the squad from Nepal because they will get the reward of the circle. This used to be a very common circle in those professional setting where it's in between this crossroad of a fork between El Pozo, Valdemar, Chivacera, as well as Picado. But as we expected, fights will take place in the Hacienda. It's this time with DRS. And who are we having here? Team Pandem as well. Two explosive teams. I hope that one of them will be making it out live.
Ignite 8 also having a conflict up against the Savior. I mean, Lamborghini was able to put up the first blood. Oh no, no fear. Also, the HORAA Esports having to go at it up against RQ, No Mercy, and it looks like No Fear is already out of the game, so not a good start for the side of HORAA Esports. It's funny because Voin actually dropped, around the south part area, right, close to the west side. It's kind of isolated, but then again, the circle actually landed on top of them. So, hey, I guess Voin Donkey will receive a lot of challenges coming from the teams that will enter from that point of the circle.
Yeah, and I'm just taking a look at the current setup for the side of Team Pandem. It's very interesting in terms of the weaponry that they have, QBZ, and in Joe Brenke's hand, he's only got like 20 bullets on his arsenal. So you can see the hesitancy in terms of push, but they managed to get the catch over on Chama the moment that he runs past. That QBZ put into good work from the side of Achul, and now here comes the push. He knows that he's over on the rooftops. Grenades to be cooked. But taking a look at the side of English or Spanish, I'm not sure if that SKS is going to do good by the staircase, but he does have those grenades. And now stepping right in, they're going full send, coming from all directions. Pandem swarming through. They even get a little glimpse through the windows as they do know the whereabouts. With a perfect peek coming from Achul. He's doing all the damage for the team. And now it's Helter Skelter. Big names now pop right in from the side of Delta. Delta gets two, or should I say secures it from the side of Billbot. It's just Pandemonium here against the side of Team Pandem.
Wow.
And one more on the floor. Delta, make it work. Make the magic happen with the AK in hand. DRS takes the win.
Ooh, man, a lot of magazines actually got empty there. But okay, it was a close call for the side of DRS Gaming. 2 casualties for elimination points, and it's all coming from Delta. So yeah, he is the mighty savior, for the side of DRS Gaming. But working with just 2 players, it's gonna be tough considering that we are just at stage 1. Now, coming off the kill feed, it's A1 Esports once again, ladies and gentlemen, that has experiencing a little bit of a pickup right here. Okay, so I'm not sure if if that's another player coming from A1, or is it the same player that's got taken out of the game?
Well, we'll find out in a short moment's time for sure. But the circle remains to be around the area of Monte Nuevo. That's where Sem9 will plan themselves over onto that corner of the map. And today, Sem9 has been playing very, very well. And same could be said about Team Secret, who is currently at the top of the table. DX seems to have slide in terms of their performance, not really showing up to their explosive mark. Meanwhile, RQ, with those 2 chicken dinners in the back for today, have not gotten any better of a result as compared to the past couple of days. And now, what could Malik do with a circling RRQ around his area? And I believe that there's honestly not much he could do but just to hide for now. The other 2 members of HORAA is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, I think they're headed towards that direction. I guess, Malik is not really moving at all just to wait for the cavalry to arrive. But if he needs to actually fire a shot here, if Assad gets inside that house, so I guess that's exactly what he's going to do. But yeah, here comes the backup. HORAA Esports now circling around the area. Fnatic doing a massive trade with a UMP. Oh, and the Sky is on the ground.
The drive-bys have happened, and this is where HORAA Esports has turned the trades around. Members of RQ slowly faltering through, but they will funnel all their resources, all the bullets, into the broken walls. 1 HP left for the side of Mr. Faro, but the flights are coming in from the side of Malik. He's hiding for so long. He appears, but no mercy. Will have the last say in this fight. Here comes DRS as well. Are they going to crash it? Are they going to decide it? 2 members versus 2. RQ, they just won that previous chicken dinner, and now they are here in the early game to be taken out by DRS if they did not answer back. And it seems like they do have answers to this. They take down Delta, the main fragger of DRS. It's down to X. Big Nate over the top side as well. No mercy survives, but this is not going to be easy. And here comes the DPS shots as well. Another Nate to be primed right in. The push is not really happening just yet. DRS wants to secure the points, but here comes the pressure. Those sprays are not connecting. And DRS, they got to do something. X, can he find the final bullet in the chamber? He has to go in for the reload. 12 is more than enough, my friend. But this 1v1, who's gonna take it? Here comes RQ, and here comes some more casualties. And he switches into the different weapon, but he exposes himself to the hands of Asa.
Oh man, but hey, he did show great godlike reflexes, with that exchange. It's just fortunate for Asa because he found the perfect timing there. He found the perfect opening. He took that shot and actually won the fight. But it's also not a good start, for the side of Leo Esports. 3 of their members already gone, so we're looking at the lone survivor here, and he is on foot. And you know how hard it is to survive Miramar without any vehicles whatsoever. Now, A-Gun I8. Looking at the situation right now, Noob is out of the game, but they do have 3 elimination points. I believe they're probably headed towards another location here. They're close with A1 Esports here. Here comes Sinister with a massive spray, using his Scarlight and a ×4 scope, but A-Gun I8, they found a refuge here. They're pretty much covered up, so they don't have to worry about A1. But I guess A-Gun I8 has the opportunity here to do a massive counter.
Yeah, this is one of the most explosive early game encounters that we've seen so far in any Miramar matches. And as much as there are so many of all these heavy casualties in the early game, that will mean that the late game will allow a lot of spacing for those who are already inside. 7-9 now finds themselves at the border of Montenegro, hoping to gatekeep teams such as Roy Esports from advancing. We'll see what will they be able to answer with, as there is an ongoing approach coming in from the Vietnamese side. Their prediction of Roy Esports might be able to actually do something special here. Meanwhile, Team Secret journeys from the south side, and I absolutely forgot about Team Secret for a moment because the past game they weren't really present, but this is one of their very best map. Now that they have that perfect opening, things will look really good for the team. And once again, the Vietnamese teams, they just thrive so well in this match. I really do wonder how many practices have they done in the professional setting for this.
Well, I'm just curious if D-Savior will show up for this match, considering the fact that they are down 1 spot up against Team Secret. They are currently at 2nd place with 89 points. They did manage to put up 1 elimination point, but there's still a long way to go. This is just stage 2 here in Miramar. So there's that big question right there. Vampire Esports, okay, they're still in rotation. They haven't put any points just yet, but coming off the kill feed, it's Alter Ego Eretz putting 1 player down, coming from the side of Roy and Leo Esports. Boy, was that brutal. They just got eliminated. Porsche is still on the ground. Alva just cooked up that nade, and Porsche right now close to getting demised here.
Yeah, the entire team of Alter Ego full sends it against the side of Roy Esports, and they were on the back end of the hill. Not much cover coming into the compound as well, with overwhelming forces of Alter Ego Esports coming in right through. And this is where they just make it swift, but they manage to also trade back. Thus, overall, with the QPZ, will be able to actually dish out a little bit more of that damage. Juke only holding on to that SMG of the UMP at hand. Now, Big Nate's climbing right in. They somehow turn the tides around. Great work, but there's still Rosemary to be taking charge over onto lower ground. Now, this is going to be to determine whether or not can Roy actually find any form of a pickup. Big splash of damage, but that's not enough. Rosemary does find it with them running right through. Roy Esports is down and out.
Great communication, great execution coming from the side of Alter Ego Eras. I mean, they survived the clash with a complete squad, and you know how hard it is as well to get to the last few stages of the game here with a complete member. So kudos to Alter Ego Eras. Now we're looking at Sem9. Sem9, Yuhai already outside of the game here. They're challenging up the guys of 52 Esports. They're trying to flush them out of this compound by throwing a lot of nades. Disorienting 52 Esports. We're just waiting for them to go for a pinch here and try to actually just secure the points. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Bobo Ho with a great attack and actually winning the fight.
And that's actually one of the cleanest we're seeing coming from the side of Sem9, not even dropping all too many amount of their members, and now they will secure the entire western plane of the area for themselves. Meanwhile, another ongoing approach towards the side of ASIA. The Saber gets themselves into action, also spotting out Team Secret's rotation. Wow, what a mess this is over on the south side. This is not looking to be clear-cut for the side of both DX as well as Team Secret, as Jinky is over on the top end of the field, really pulling a little bit of a pressure point over onto some of the members that are cutting by the edge of the circle. Meanwhile, there is going to be Falak that does find one, so as being punctured right through by Nachi.
To be honest, I don't think Team Secret, Organia, Team Saber, they don't have that much choice to actually engage with one another here because they're all outside of the zone, and you don't want to go looking behind what's going on behind here, right? So they will have to do this exchange. Notch getting some damage as well from that long distance shot. But are they going to engage here? Okay, he's pretty low in HP. Probably he's going to go for that quick revive first, and then Ravenclaw back to Vampire Esports here. One elimination point. They are having an exchange with Alter Ego Eras this time, but Schweb was taken down, and Alter Ego seems to be on the winning streak here.
Vampire Esports goes in for the quick resuscitation. Meanwhile, Vampire having Fluke to cover from the lower grounds as well. This is the classic match rivalry between Alter Ego Ares as well as Vampire Esports. Now looking to fight for that position. Just having Alter Ego in such a prime area of play to really halt VPE from progressing into the circle. Now, what exactly will be the play coming from VPE? They send Tony K over the flank, but they will be quickly spotted out by Hans. Pressure in, Big Nate does not really fully connect. But Tony K is a one-man army, but how long can he hold? He goes through the jump shot, not really getting the mark just right. That Ravenclaw trades right back. Answers true. Two members of the side of Vampires are being knocked down, and Alter Ego...
Not, right, in the overall ranking, so there's still plenty of room for mistakes. But for the side of the Savior, okay, this is all looking too good as well. As Levi's is the only player left alone to defend the team, and Geek Esports just made sure that there will be no coming back from that one as they took the big win from that engagement.
Yeah, just take a look at the Valley, man. Like, there's barely enough space for them to really find a hiding spot. Sem9 is overlooking the entire region. Somehow, Asa, the Lone Ranger, has snuck through over onto the back. And there might just be some grand ideas coming in from the teams that are joining it a little late. But Alter Ego, they are just holding onto the edges. They managed to deny Vampire Esports, and now they need to take charge against the rest of ASIA. Boing Donkey also hoping to go for a long-range spray. I say spray, it's just taps after taps from that Mini 14, which will be the main weapon to be utilized in such a tough fight across the valley.
Yeah, and Void Donkey, okay, they seem to be a little bit near onto that special crate, so probably they're curious, they're having second thoughts whether or not they're going to get that level 3 gears from that red crate right there. So we'll just have to wait and see. But Alter Ego Eras, okay, we're back to this team. Sem9 seems to be holding a great high ground advantage here. Boboho, he is boosting up. The great thing about, I mean, the thing that I see here is that teams are now not really engaging that much, but actually just getting a lot of information and saving it for later round.
Yeah, whatever resources that they do have here will be very vital into playing for the end game. I say end game already because these 8 teams have plenty of space to play at the moment. Whereas from the side of IQQ, he spots out Rosemary. Somehow the trades are not looking to be favoring the side of the Indonesians all too much. IQQ spotting him through what? Through the doorways of the church and to such a range against the side of Alter Ego. And I guess this will continue on to be the case for a majority of the teams that are hoping to pick up a battle, because there's not going to be any form of direct fights from here on in close quarter combat territory. So whatever trades that they can get or any wear and tear, that's going to be good enough, but got to watch out on those bullet count.
I guess And right now, with 8 elimination points, I think this is a pretty solid gameplay coming from Alter Ego Ares, considering that we are also in Miramar. And I already mentioned this a while ago. This is the strongest map for Alter Ego Ares.
It definitely do seem to be the case, as they are still hanging there very tightly and now looking for a challenge against 7-9 as they climb through the hillside. And 7-9 for most part was undeterred. The only type of challenge that they had was their infantry against the likes of 52X Esports earlier on. They managed to win that trade and have been able to just have this whole region to themselves. Meanwhile, GeekFam on the far south rotation claims the high ground for themselves too. GK is just going to go on a hideout. Meanwhile, Spray's coming in from the side of Rosemary. Does actually catch out members from the side of ASI8. Now it's only going to be Nachi left. And this is just a very tough run for the squad.
Okay, just when I said that Egan IA now picking up the pace here, they're doing well, and then Alter Ego Ares is right up in front of them. So, I mean, what can I do in this situation? We don't want to sugarcoat anything. We're just gonna call it out, right, as it is. Now, it's gonna be hard for Nachi to actually get inside the circle here because Alter Ego Ares has that information from which direction he will be coming from, and at the same time, if he goes onto the road here, he could probably meet up with the guys of Sinister's team. So there's really not much of a choice here. Also, at the edge of the circle, there's Boyne Donkey. There's really not that much option for Nachi because he doesn't have the manpower anymore.
Speaking of Boyne Donkey now, they are also getting tagged by Rosemary. We hardly actually see Rose going on to a Mini 14 all too much, but since this is Miramar, you can see the adaptability of the entirety of the squad. Working very effectively from long distance, as well as even better when it comes down to close quarter combat. Octa has already got his eyes locked onto Nachi. For the longest of time, they've been trolling onto ASI8. So once it does shrink, I believe there will be no area of play for Nachi to be able to survive. Unfortunately, to be the case, meanwhile, 7-9, they were in a really advantageous position. They are not willing to give away their spot. And also, very good discipline that they are not being too curious of kittens to just keep scouting out ahead. But we do have a challenge. It's GeekFam versus RRQ Ryu. Big needs now drop right in. Prod here might be right that they are onto something. Asa, he's been able to flush out DRS and now looking for a little bit more. That's a double, but there's going to be a little bit more tags coming from the back. Now it's between him as well as Audrey. They definitely do know each other very well as he used to play in that circuit. But he's turning around. Audrey, what are you doing? You gotta bring those bullets out. And yes, he does. But it was a good last stand. Asa did bring some points back, but GeekFam will have the last laugh.
Okay, I do have a question there. He could have focused on actually injecting himself with a first aid kit just to make sure that he survives, a long time and has the chance to actually go up with the last player. But okay, anyway. Okay, we got 4 seconds before the zone closes in, ladies and gents. Alter Ego Eris is currently on the northern side together with Sem9. And okay, so there's been a shift. Alter Ego Eris right now needs to get inside of the zone. So I guess it's an inevitable fight up against Sem9.
Seems to be pretty much the case. But by doing so, they also put themselves at risk because that circle is somewhere closer towards the low ground. So they will have to play by the spine of the field, which will be spotted by the rest of these squads. Meanwhile, Rosemary still tries to deny entry coming in from what I do believe to be Void Donkey, as the rest of Team Secret are also having troubles of their own, dealing with a little pressure of A1 Esports. Now they will be eliminated at 6 with only one elimination point. A1 Esports so far doing really, really well for the South Asian side as a squad, hoping to pull off a perfect defense against the side of Void Donkey. Whereas Void Donkey is taking it slowly and steadily, still having 4 members to play this one out.
Okay, so we're having an exchange up against Potato here. It's Sinister and K9 tandem. Sinister holding the nade, and K9 is just on standby. Now, they could potentially shut down Potato from this angle, while the other 2 members of Void is... oh man, they need help, obviously. But just look at what... I could not read his name. Is it Vexy? Okay, going from the flank here. Potato now goes down hard. Now, A1 Esports has the chance to be kind of dominant from this clash, but it all boils down to how good they're going to be executing their plan. But so far, it's Sem9 domination with 5 elimination points.
Beautiful effort coming in from the side of Sinister, securing more and more back for the side of A1 Esports. They are taking the center of the terrains, whereas pressure is on right now between Sem9 as well as Alter Ego. The 2 teams poised for the position. Alter Ego does have a better squad strength to be able to secure a chicken dinner here inside of Miramar, as they are sweeping around the edges. Rosemary goes in for a very far approach, driving past the valley and receiving a little attention coming from the side of Zeta Q. And what could they possibly do from here on? At least getting a lot more information will receive a little bit more pressure. Bubble Hole zooms right in, finds members on the side of Void Donkey suppressed underneath the hills.
Yeah, Alter Ego Eris, they are avoiding a clash here. They're just sticking to the edge of the circle. Now, Sem9, they have that little advantage because they have the high ground. But then again, the circle will shift in just a while, and we'll just have to wait and see who the circle will favor this time. But A1 is in the middle. They have a compound, so they don't have, they don't really have to play at the moment. They don't have to exchange with any team for now. They just have to keep it chill. But as for Void, they're on a split. I guess Zeta is a bit vulnerable compared to Vexy here. But yeah, if Sem9 continues to apply a lot of pressure, they just have to take advantage of the fact that while they have the high ground, they just to collect points as much as possible, because we don't know for how long they're going to be favored by the zone.
Yeah, and Rosemary found himself an upgrade to his Mini 14. He switches it off to a Mark 14 to just deal a whole lot more World of Hurt. Meanwhile, Zeta, all he has to do is keep himself quite over on the lower end. But Luyu's been elusive. He managed to spot one out from the side of Alter Ego. Sem9, they are playing this out to perfection, but the problem is they don't really have the benefit of the upcoming circle, so they have to conclude this fight against Alter Ego Ares. But challenging Octa is going to be so tough of an ordeal, they might as well look for an alternative route, maybe challenge the rest of Void Donkey to get themselves a few more compound to work with, whereas they could leave Alter Ego for the meantime to deal with A1 Esports eventually. Kenny also sees a pile of smoke. He's going to try his sprays into the area, but not really hitting the mark. But that actually does some damage to the vehicle. I don't think the vehicles are even necessary at this point.
Yeah. it's a great decision coming from Duyu. I mean, he exactly knows that it's a disadvantage for him to actually challenge up the guys of Alter Ego. He doesn't have the backup, but Point Donkey, we did mention this a while ago. They are in a vulnerable spot, and Alter Ego Ares capitalize on that information. We're down to just Vexy here. 3 elimination points for them. I guess it was a great bait, because Alter Ego Air is now receiving a bit punishment coming from Vexy here.
Yeah, they wanted to take over control of this lower end of the valley, but here comes Sinister. He finally appears, dropping a huge bomb over onto members of Alter Ego Ares, and can he get spotted out? The M9 eliminated because they could not find their way out through the top end of the valley, so that has just hindered them back for making a slower advancement as compared to what Alter Ego did. Full send against Void Donkey, takes one member out, and goes for that full reset. So A1 here sees themselves a chance if they play this out correctly.
Oh man, it's a long time coming. I mean, if A1 Esports can actually score a chicken dinner here, then that would be perfect. That would be the first time in 3 days that they were able to score a chicken dinner. But we don't want to jinx it. We don't want to say anything. Okay, Void Donkey just got eliminated with 4 elimination points. Alter Ego Ares obviously backed away from that situation. They know it was a vulnerable spot, so they kind of rotated, but right now they're back on where they started, in between A1 and of course Sem9. But Alter Ego Ares seems to be taking care of business first with Sem9 before they deal with A1 Esports.
Speaking of A1 Esports, they do have a little bit of a room to play out from. Alter Ego will have a problem getting any form of vision against A1, so they are giving a little bit more of a focus onto the singular unit of Sem9. But A1 Esports, are they going to just wait for Alter Ego to appear? Because they are using a lot of resources as covers for now. A little bit of pressure onto Rosemary, so this whole angle of play is quite tight for the side of Alter Ego Esports. They did pull off a Hail Mary to go up against Void Donkey earlier on, but now find themselves in a predicament. A1 Esports now pushes forward. Now, could this be the bane of their approach? As it seems like Rosemary has gotten some really good vision as well. That's one player that they really have to take out desperately in order to make the final cut. Now, let's take a look at what Sinister has. 2 frag grenades in the bag. Another big blowover on the side of Alter Ego. Now he decides to lob another one into the area of play. But Rosemary, once again, looking for the open angles against Sem9. So they are playing with a whole lot of caution. A very tactical play, but this top 3, it's chicken dinner at stake.
Okay. Looking at that situation here, the reason why Alter Ego Ares has the whopping 45.45% of getting the winner chicken dinner is because they have the numbers for them, right? But Rosemary going off angle here, trying to go get a shot up against Kenny. He's hiding behind the bushes here. Honestly speaking, I can still say that if A1 actually just utilize everything, they could shut down Alter Ego Ares. They could even win the fight here. But that's just how it all boils down to how good these guys are when it comes to execution.
Kenny making a desperate attempt, driving that vehicle out in the open into the crosshairs of Rosemary. This is going to be an easy pickup for the side of Alter Ego Esports, and that will be handed towards Octa for him to secure that elimination point. Now, 3 versus 2. Big nades now cooked from the side of Alter Ego Ares. Lob towards the top side. Thought plenty of space to play. Hans being knocked down. 2 versus 2. Octa, does he manage to find a catch here? Big nades, but he whips the shot.
Man.
It's Sinister here to play it out against Octa. 2 versus 1, and this is not looking too good for Sinister. He's got 2 angles to cover. He's throwing everything at him, and it seems like it's all but a decoy. Alter Ego still gets it in the bag.
Oh, just imagine if K9 wasn't shut down. Oh man, okay. myriads of ways that clash could have went down. But anyway, it's a convincing win on the side of Alter Ego Errors. I mean, they have the number advantage. They did it so well. They won a chicken dinner. So congratulations to Indonesia. And hey, yesterday it was all about the Vietnamese team, and today it's all about the Indonesian teams.
Yeah, and this has been played into probably the best form possible for the side of Alter Ego Ares. The moment that they secured all this one area play, you see what they do with it. Like, even without any form of action, Rosemary was so proactive. You saw him driving around the valley just to bring the attention and feed information back towards the side of Alter Ego. And after that, they also take very, very difficult decisions, such as the one where they have to flush out Boing Donkey and play on that lore, and didn't seem to be so feasible because of how the angles of the region does allow Sem9 to spot out some of all these areas of play. But thankfully, they were dealt with by other squads as Sem9 were unable to climb downwards from that valley. And from there, it was only Kenny. But what can Kenny actually do from that stance where they were fighting out against A1 Esports? But it was such a close battle, though. It could have been another one for the side of South Asia, but first, A1, this is one of their better performances that we have seen to date. So kudos to all of the teams that have made it into the top 4.
Through that gameplay, all I can say is that, Rosemary really is a huge risk taker, and fortune favors the bold. The way that he actually flanked and risked everything, just went off angle there. I think it was the opening that Alter Egos has been waiting to get the winner chicken. If it wasn't for Rosemary, I guess, going off angle here, it would be difficult for Alter Ego Errors to actually win the fight, because A1 Esports, we cannot discount the fact that they are in such good position. They have the elevation, and I guess they're doing such a stellar job as well. I guess it was just that Alter Ego Errors has the manpower to support the attack.
Yes, they do, and overall, it is Boing Donkey that does the most damage out of Vexy's hands, and we saw he was so proactive playing on that low end of the field that he has been able to really have that 360 view. And with 1,372 damage, that could have easily been like more than 7 kills in his name. But of course, playing in Miramar has been rather difficult. A lot of attacks have happened, but what's really interesting is that it's 100% contribution coming in from Vexy, meaning to say they only scored that for elimination points.
Okay, here we go. Sarah, Octa, Kenny of Sem9, Vexy, and I want to support what you said just a while ago. I mean, Kenny, he didn't really have that much of a choice. I mean, he doesn't have anywhere to go to begin with. So, I mean, he was stuck there inside that house, and both of the teams, A1 as well as Alter Ego Errors, just trying to flush him out. They were actually racing at who gets the point.
Yeah. On top of that, credits where credit is due. RQ Ryu just went out for a blood throughout this course of the game, taking on DRS, taking on multiple teams as they secure themselves 8 elimination points, only coming to 9. But Alter Ego, when they do win, they win in great fashion with 14 eliminations. That adds up to 24. A really tough number to beat, if you ask me, but the Malaysian side also stepping up with both Sem9 as well as GeekFam. Meanwhile, the early game, we see very difficult rotations. It wasn't an easy game, not even for the side of Vampire Esports, which have lost out to all the other squads that were pretty much earlier in the scene.
Yeah, this is not a good game, once again, for the side of HORAA Esports. I mean, these Saviors with Vampire, okay, they are at the bottom of the rankings for this match. But then again, it's the overall rankings that we need to focus our attention to. And it's not going to take a toll on them whatsoever, because they are in the top 8. I think there's, like a huge space, like a huge wiggle room for teams that I mentioned to kind of have a relaxed time, right? But then again, it's already the 3rd day, and we're giving a chance, especially for those teams who are still at the bottom, to try and catch up with the numbers. And it's going to be an exciting 2 more days of action. But of course, before we head on to the other days, the other matches, we still got 2 more before we end the night.
That's right, and with that being said, Alter Ego Ares reclaims their space into the top 2, pushing down to Savior, and RRQ continues on to climb. Now will be on the 4th position instead, whereas other teams that have been stagnant are the ones that are not playing into this respective match, but we are seeing a stabilizer coming in from teams such as DRS to be firmly planted with 50 over points. ASI8 finally claws into their number 16 spot, as they've been really hanging out onto the tour page for the most part. So that will mean that there are teams that are still struggling to make things work, and we'll take a look very quickly. White Donkey, though, now inching very close into the second page.
Yeah, and it was a long way from the bottom there. And as for Agan I8, it's slowly but surely kind of tactics. It's what they're doing right now. A1 Esports, again, with a great game. They were able to move up 1 rank. Morph team, as well as Tribe Error Macy, remains to be at the 23rd and 24th spot, but we still got 2 more games. So I guess they need to work extra hard, at least for the remaining rounds that we have, to make sure that they make up for the 20 points that they lost.
Yeah, I guess they don't like to be reminded about all these incidents, but, you know, they just got to work hard. That's all they have to do. So 2 more rounds left, ladies and gents, for the night. So make sure you stick around as we go for a short break. We'll be right back for more.
Maximum effort. Yeah, welcome back to Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7. We are still your casters for this event. My name is Red Peanut together with Contra, and it has been an exciting night for us, Contra. And can you tell me, what do you expect coming into the second to last game for this evening?
Well, all I can tell you, it's an Indonesian domination for today, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to how Erangel has been played out, it's been back-to-back wins for RRQ. Is it gonna be a third one though? Are they even in this matchup? I'm not too sure, honestly. We'll take a look at who's gonna be playing in a moment's time within the groups. But all in all, I love that teams are really making great efforts to be able to make it into the grand finals. We do see so many names shifting from the 10th placement all the way down to, I would even dare say, 20. Minus some of these teams that have committed some fatal error on their part. So those that we shall not say. Okay, I think we've iterated enough already with those login shenanigans. But match 17 here, I wonder if there's going to be any responses coming in from the Vietnamese side, because today seems to be a no-show on the top for most part, other than Team Secret, of course. And as a matter of fact, I have been loving their performance from what we've seen from yesterday, all the way carried forward to today. It's just that those final touches wasn't exactly the way they have planned it all out to work. So other than that, DRS is in a good spot. A1 Esports as well. Leo definitely looked to be pretty formidable, despite them starting off the day with 3 members. Alter Ego, fresh off a win. This is also one of their best maps so far. And Toda has remained to be very, very consistent in this matchup. So these are your top 4 performers in this particular map. So if you guys have other ideas of teams that you do support, pop it down in the comments right down below. No, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already done so. It will definitely help Ruthless Hype Esports to offer you even more exciting matchups of all these more amazing teams around the world to be brought forward to play together.
And while you guys are at it, don't forget to visit our social media pages as well. Our names has been on display for the entirety of Danaverse 3. So just type our name and our accounts will definitely pop up. But anyway, if you want to level up your PUBG and experience with GearUP Booster, you can always download the link because it is pinned down there in the comment section. So you will experience lower and stable ping with reduction up to 50 ping. Can you imagine that one? So what are you waiting for, guys? Download a GearUP Booster right now.
That's right, as we are preparing ourselves for another round of predictions. This time, I want to finally give my support to the homeboys of Malaysia once again. It's going to be Toda, because all in all, I've never seen them really crash out very early in the match, and I think they've definitely gotten a really firm idea. If they don't get a chicken dinner, that's absolutely fine. They usually do farm some really big numbers to move their ranks into at least a average top 4 ratio.
Production, you go ahead.
What's it gonna be? Okay, I guess it's just gonna be a mystery. While of course, Red Queen, I guess you gotta also make your pick right now, because they are calling for DX to take this win.
Okay, you know what? I feel like it is going to be this is really hard,
It's always hard, my friend. We have not gotten it right for close to 3 days by now.
I'm going for the King of the Jungle, Leo Esports.
Okay, the Lions will be up in the ranks with the rest. So let's see if they will finally get a win. So today, they managed to secure a top 2 finish at best. So they definitely inch really closely, even despite them playing with only 3 members. Now with all 4 members intact, hopefully Haidami and the rest of the team will be able to show us what they've got. So I believe we are going to be ready for our showdown real soon. So today, of course, we've seen a lot coming from the Indonesian side. Alter Ego is still part of the play, and I think they finally got in the groove once again. They need areas of play where you open up that space for Rosemary to just scout out ahead, get all the information right, and then they could just look for picks after picks. If that wasn't to happen, it tends to be a little bit of a struggle for the team when they do have some really tough deficit. It's usually when multiple teams overwhelm them than actually in a hit-to-hit 4 versus 4 battle.
Honestly speaking, Rosemary, he has won a lot of titles, especially most valuable player, and this guy has already proven himself time and again. And I guess the way that he moves inside the battlefield, even if this is like the semifinals, only goes to show how much experience this guy has already gathered. I mean, the way that he tries to open up opportunities for the team to secure points, to make sure that they land a WWCD is a stellar performance coming from Rosemary. I do understand why some of the people down there in the comment section or some of the fans call him Rose Carey, because he is actually the one opening up the doors, for the rest of the team here. But of course, let's not discount the fact that this could not be done alone. This is a team effort, and it's just lucky because Rosemary and the rest of the team has great chemistry, has great synergy, because they've been together for a long time, and that speaks why they're so good in the game.
Yeah. On that notion as well, when you have a strong chemistry between all these players, there's no need for you to really do too much of a switcheroo. Sure, there might just be substitutes that they could basically utilize, but you take a look at other teams as well, especially for Big Thunder Aliens. Today they are playing with a completely new, fresh phase of a lineup, which is why they are still finding their footing as compared to the rest of the days. But we carry on to the final match of Erangel of the night here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 7. Let's have a go.
The last bread and butter for the teams here, the Cash and Cow, the OG map, the El Clasico Erangel, ladies and gents. All right, here we go. I can see Hospital, I can see Gaga, Quarry, so we must be westbound, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, okay, make that south westbound. But we do see the military base down below, so I do wonder if there will be teams that are courageous enough to drop down the infamous Sosnovka military base. But I know that there are teams that choose to drop around Novorepnoe, so let's just check out which of the teams here, or which of the 16 teams will choose to go down that area. Most elimination points still goes to Rosemary here, but Bows is just right up behind.
Yeah. It's also interesting because of this pattern. Certain teams won't be able to drop to their main location, and that cuts off Yasna Pollyanna, meaning to say HORAA Esports, if they're going to be in the game, they will need to look for an alternative into dropping. And speaking of which, where will be their alt drop? Now we're already seeing a challenge onto the side of Alter Ego in the middle of the hospital ground. So, well, there's plenty of wards for them to really recuperate themselves if they were to fall through. But shots coming from back. What a swerve! Oh my word, Rosemary, what was that reaction? Immediately takes down Jane as they continue on the hot pursuit. And true enough, in the normal fashion of PUBG Mobile, when the flight goes one way, the circle will go the other. So Incus, hugging by the corner of the staircases, will have a decoy being set up, as from the opposite of hospital there will be shots being fired. Incus does secure it with an AK. Close proximity shots, but it's not going to be connecting. Hans hoping to trade right back. One member being knocked down. Rosemary is already out of the equation, and here comes Incus, and it will shred him to bits with the knife.
And okay, so Alva is the only player remaining. Octa is crawling back to his teammate here, but ooh, Meow Meow getting feisty there. Just made sure that, okay, there will be no Lazarus effect happening at this moment, but this is a great CQC. I mean, 3v1 situation. Alva is taking his time. He's listening to the footsteps, but it's a 3v1. What is going to happen to Alva here?
Alva, he will just take trades no matter what the situation is, because he knows there's no going out of this hospital ground. It's usually been gated off, and even if he turns tails and run, there's not many space that he could basically squeeze all too tightly. He goes into the first floor before reaching out into the ground, and this is where Meow continues to give chase on the staircase. He will be met with a little bit of point-blank action. Para GD greeting them through the hospital and sends them off of the match so early, just after a hot win in Miramar.
Whew. Oh man, but I still don't understand. I scratched my head, literally. I mean, Jane fired 3 shots at the back of Rosemary, and Rosemary did not even get shut down. I mean, the moment that he faced Jane, he pulls up his DPS and shut him down. So that was an incredible thing to watch, to be honest. But anyway, we already have our first team to be taken out, and that would be Alter Ego Errors, having such a great performance during the previous round. I think for this time, it's not going to happen. But anyway, getting back into the gameplay, Circle, there's Team Pandom, there's Team Secret, Geek, and some teams coming from the west side. It's quite a number of them actually doing an entry here. BTR again, right in the middle.
Yeah, and also very interesting enough, Team Flash usually they do drop into Yasnaya Pollyanna. Now that the circle is in Yasnaya, it might have been the long distance of coverage, but now HORAA Esports are also back into their home ground. I mean, you could say these two have shared homes for the longest of time and still here to settle the dispute. This is the hottest town of all matches possible in Erangel. So now, with a quick knock over onto the member of HORAA Esports, they are given enough space and time to go in for the revive. So this 4v4 will still happen. Goes to hurt all these shots. It's coming from right down under. Got the shotgun pretty much prepared. Two members right in between. One quick shot, but that's not going to be enough. Gosu will have to actually turn around as he falls to the ground in his demise. Quick shots coming from inside of HORAA to be able to just knock him off completely. A losing battle for the side of Team Flash, and now they're hoping to take the other end of the city.
Yeah, I think Batman and Gosu will be the sacrificial lamb for Team Flash here. We're not quite sure if they're, just going to try to find another angle here, but definitely they will be losing these two members. So good effort coming from the HORAA Esports, though they have not been picking up such great games, for day number 3. And so they need they know what they need to do in this situation. Obviously they need to pick up points, and they need to be on the aggro side just to make sure that they build enough foundation to secure a slot in the grand finals. But so far it's a great job eliminating 2 members of Team Flash. And Team Flash right now is still around Yasnaya area, resetting and getting enough, resources here. But I'm pretty sure that they're not going to leave this Yasnaya without having another altercation with HORAA Esports.
Yeah, we've been seeing so many Yasnaya circles, which did end up a little bit closer into the shelter grounds overall. And usually when it comes down to this situation, you will expect these teams who have always start off in Yasnaya to just camp their way through until a better scenario approaches into the middle stage of the game. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan, they are happy enough that AST did not drop into their areas of container on Jungle Pole. Instead, it was AST that also lent them a hand into team wiping Alter Ego areas, something that I did not expect to happen at all in the span of the match. Of course, if you guys missed out a couple of moments ago, that was a very clean take. Meanwhile, Todak has appeared, and they will be sending some lead towards the side of Kwang, but immediately responded by BTR. Deku, Zygot, Voxy, as well as Hazard Fire. A lot of names that I'm not exactly the most familiar with. Hazel Fire. Is this the same Hazel that we've seen a couple of days ago? Well, of course, you guys could basically tell me if that's going to be the case. 2 members already out front side of Todak with the appearance of DX in the forest.
Yeah. Team Flash. Okay, Bows is the only player left, and he just challenged up the guys of Leo Esports, probably just scaring them away and giving them the message that, okay, this compound is already taken. But then again, he is the last surviving member of the team. Can he still make a difference, though? We don't know. But Leon, okay, coming from Todak, man, he got shut down by Patagene from a mid-range there, so that was a good shot coming from Patagene. So it's not a good thing for the side of Todak, but they still have one more player left. At this point in time, Iftar just needs to decide whether he's gonna go all out and challenge up the opponent, or just go to another place and lay low for a while.
Probably would be seeing if he could just hide through maybe the river or the back of the gas station for now. If they're in a really tough spot, meanwhile, it's T2K going for a spray, and somehow Iftar still managed to trade out, and he actually wins that. Over on the back, there is still another member of DX, but damage has been done. Despite winning the trade, DX find themselves with only 2 members left.
Well, good defense still. Coming from Todak there. Was that Todak? That was Todak, right?
Yeah.
This game loses 2 members. Stage 2 in Erangel, of course, it is not good at all. But then again, there's no pressure whatsoever on the side of the Savior because of their third place in the overall rankings. Now, checking out the kill feed, it's Vampire versus more team. Okay, so this is 2U. Hazel is cooking a nade here. They've got 1 player knocked down. From the kill feed, it's Team Secret and Team Pandem going at it, or going head to head.
Morph team having a really widespread to really launch attacks from all angles. Hazel is going to be the one that gets dropped down. He does give a little bit more of a vital information back to this team, but it is Vampire Esports here. Without the presence of Newsy this time around, Ravenclaw has not really shown all too much of offering throughout the course of matches, being the first one to be landed too, unfortunately. Now it's only down to Babe Luck, but Babe Luck has brought in those massive 3-pointers from where exactly I don't even know. But that's good news for us out of Morph team that desperately needs those points, but there's still plenty more to actually climb out of that top 16. Schweppes, though, quickly spots out that Lone Ranger, and Morph is a goner.
Okay, Hazel already out of the game. Bose coming from Team Flash is just hanging around the Stabler area, but that is about to get devoured by the blue zone. HORAA Esports is coming fresh from Yasnaya, pretty close with where T2K is. BTR again has not moved at all. They're still in the middle. Lamborghini seems to be close enough to have an engagement, but we'll just have to wait, of course, until they decide to actually go head-to-head, toe-to-toe. NKT, Joker, again, they're all in just one proximity here. Tribe Aeromacy, though, again with the late entry, but they will have to deal with FaZe Clan because they are right there at the edge of the circle, being the Heimdall in this situation.
Such a tough spot to be in for the side of NKT as well. With pepper sprays from afar from Audrey to keep them at bay. No spacing for them to leave, but not that they would necessarily have to do so because they are directly in the center of the area of play. And once again, the hard shift brings these teams back into the quarters of Rozak and the hills of the east, out of Pachinki. Some people like to call it the Potato Hills. Throughout my experience of play, I have yet to see any potatoes out there. Just as a matter of fact, that's just our usual call-outs for the cast. But Empire Esports, they leave that area to move deeper into school compounds. So this is going to be rather interesting. There is this hill that they could plant themselves in order to get some really good view against FaZe Clan as well as DX eventually. Meanwhile, over on the far south, there is still Pandem and Team Secret to play it out for. And that is something that will be a very spicy collapse if they were ever to battle each other.
Okay, I'm trying to check what could be done at this moment. T2K as well as HORAA Esports seems to be avoiding any clash to happen here. Tribe Aeromacy would want to go that direction as well, but it's going to be hard because FaZe Clan is right up in front of them, and I guess this is a fight that will happen in just a while. Now, BTR, again, we've mentioned earlier that they're not moving at all. I mean, they're staying, in the same position from stage number 1 of the zone. Team Secret, I guess there's one of them that got knocked down coming from the kill feed. I just wasn't able to see which player was that. But HORAA Esports, okay, coming outside of the zone here. And they got spotted out by what team is this? Is this Team Secret? Is this Team Secret? Yes, it's Team Secret. Wow.
Oh boy, it is a little bit of a dire situation out there for the squad, but they're just going to be journeying their way into the south side. So Tony K accidentally eliminated his own teammate. Wonder what's really going on the side of Vampire Esports. Oh, this is what happened. Waiting for that deep challenge against the side of DX, and it's only Tony K doing it all alone. Not too sure where Schweppes is at the moment, but they have already settled the score. But yeah, that nade could have been a bigger casualty that would have actually hurt the chances of Vampire Esports. But they make it out alive, but still needing to deal with all the other squads that still has full squad strength.
Elimination points though before exiting the game for the Savior. Now, Meow Meow, I don't think he has 9 lives for this competition. I mean, he got dropped while inside that vehicle right there, courtesy of Schweppes of Vampire. Okay, there you go. Schweppes again with another kill. 3 in his bag. Now, Tony K making a move here up against Tribe Aramacy, cooking up a nade. This is going to be an interesting exchange with Incus. Oh, man. Oh, that was an accurate nade coming from Tony K, unfortunately.
Wow, Tony does it all in style. Like, they were late movers into the school compound. They flush out DX, and now, even up against AST, which is their primary rivals from Georgia Poll, usually, they still were bound to meet each other, and VPE just shows them that no matter where you go, we will take you down. Now, this time, I'm not too sure they're going to hold on to these school compounds for long, because there is a lot of a bigger area of play through the hillside, which FaZe Clan will eventually claim for themselves. And HORAA Esports on the far end, how are they supposed to journey in? They can't take the south because there's Pandem, Team Secret, and even deeper in, Geek Fam.
Yeah, okay. They were trying to go for a split there. 2 of them actually scouting the area, trying to take care of business and just checking probably which location to go to best. And 2 of the other members of HORAA Esports remains to be outside of the zone just to play it safe. But unfortunately, it was a hard shift. It favored the west side right now. So those teams that are staying at the edge of the circle coming from the east side will then have to deal with one another before they can even get into the safe zone. And NKT has positioned themselves right there. And I guess they will have a big chance here to do the gatekeeping situation.
That will be their part of the gameplay, but where did this thing flew from? Oh, it's Tony K again, striking them down. And he is absolutely popping off today. Rather late, but it's great to actually see. And now even shots are coming in from the back of the field. That is actually coming in from T2K as Nine Noise gets shot down. Immediately getting retrieved from the side of Onsens. Igneous still trying to spot out Mela, but I'm not too sure if they can actually do too much. They're all being scattered across, whereas Vampire Esports are also in between these areas. They're not exactly too sandwiched. As a matter of fact, that vehicle now being broken down, FaZe Clan might actually leave this area because it's too dangerous to deal with T2K.
And Pikachu Red Aliens, man, they're not engaging in any fight just yet. I mean, Hayes is the one scouting for the team, but in the meantime, we've got Tony K. As you mentioned a while ago, he is indeed popping off. I mean, he already bagged, like, how many kill points was that? 3? But yeah, Vampire Esports seems to be stacking up the digits right as we speak, and Tony K is pretty unstoppable at this point.
Yeah, I guess like when they already lost that 2 members, they said, you know what, let's split up. You do your thing, I do my thing. Tony is just being a solo squad maestro right now. What a menace he is against his former teammates of FaZe Clan, where he have grown up from. And even after transfer, you can see that Tony has always been up there in the ranks to be one of the best players to emerge out of Thailand for very, very good reasons. Meanwhile, for HORAA Esports, we saw what really happened over eastern side. They don't really have room to squeeze by. Now only down to 1. in terms of team size. Malik hiding in the smokes, but what can he do? As 10 will be picked off through the smoke. A surprise engagement, bring one more point back. Mr. Joe randomly sprays into the smoke, and that will eventually seek out the final member of HORAA.
Points though, still not a bad number, but it's still not the game that we would expect, you know, coming from HORAA Esports. And now Vampire getting some punishment right there, coming from FaZe. Tony K, I believe the last surviving Vampire this time, because Shreds has already been taken out of the equation here. Now FaZe is dealing with T2K this time. Toodle Love with an accurate nade, eliminating permanently FaZe Clan.
As we did expect the T2K to continue on their pursuit against the rest of FaZe Clan, they were in position to challenge Tony K. I didn't even say FaZe, the side of Vampire Esports. Like, it was just Tony K that did so much damage, and they were halt in between. They can't really run because they were all scattered. And now it is going to be Tony K up against this guy with the jump shot. Babe Luck will secure it. So it's a solo showdown after all. What a round it has been here in Erangel with all these crazy moves all around. But Team Secret, they are here to take on another fight. A lot happening over onto the Far East. Big nades onto Pandem and Geek Fam.
All right, here we go. And Team NKT would love to join the fight, but I believe they're prioritized to get inside the circle this time. But Geek and Team Pandem still going at it, ladies and gents. There's a lot of nades being exchanged. Jay Breaky already on the ground. Damn Rude is firing up his DPSer. Akil trying to do a massive counter. Oh man, but Geek has just been eliminated.
That was such a mess. Like, we saw the U-turn coming in from that Geek Fam member, and the moment that the player was knocked by a grenade, you should not even run directly back into the same area. I would say some mistakes have been made, but here comes NKT. They just visited the rest of Pandem as they try to recover, not being allowed to do so, but they have answers of their own with their grenades to be primed right in. More and more chip damage from the side of NKT. They say this is not worthwhile. Team Pandem is not one to be messed with.
I love the fact that they actually went back, because I thought NKT will not be joining into the fight there because they were already aboard their vehicles and they were getting ready to get inside a circle. But then again, you know, they did kind of want to assume points though. That's why they're trying to flush out the members of Team Pandem right there. But again, they came back to their senses and just really backed away from that situation. Just has gotten inside the circle. Now Team Pandem is still on that compound, although Jay Branky finds himself on the ground, courtesy of Joker still. Man, this guy is not joking at all.
Not at all. Rules though, he's doing so much work by himself. He lowers down their health bars, taking down 2 members out of BTR. What on earth is that? This match is all about all the individual prowess. We saw Tony K, we saw so many names out there, Big Luck, and now it's down to Rules to take on the entirety of BTR.
Man, BTR is not catching a break whatsoever. I mean, they have been avoiding fights, you know, they have been staying in a compound, not really engaging. They did have one elimination point just a while ago, but now that they're doing the rotation, they were able to meet T2K, and Rolls just did a massive spray right there, hence getting themselves, you know, 6 elimination points. And BTR, okay, I can still see Zygot and Voxy right up in there. But it's, of course, going to be difficult for them to penetrate their circle, considering the fact that T2K is right in there to stop them.
Indeed, and here we go into those rounds of bullets being sprayed towards the side of T2K. And I'm glad that BTR did not carry on with that full-on pursuit, because they understand that T2K has a full squad strength. Only a slight climb as they reposition into the shack, dodging that grenade. Zygot all alone into this fight. We'll have to scour through this, knowing that there's one by the rocks, but those tosses are not effective coming from the side of T2K just yet. Another one answers true. True Love tries to slowly zone him out. There's not much space for him. What could this individual do? Especially with a great opening coming from the side of T2K. They are poised in position to slowly order down BTR. They're not even in the zone. They're just slowly getting them. They want those points pretty much so. Foxy now spots out Kanta, but it is going to be a far spray hiding right behind the vehicle. And Tsuru now goes in head-to-head, bringing him low on health, but Zygot still remains to be standing tall.
You know what? It's amazing how Zygot still can survive this one, considering that he is in a shack, and Team 2K has been throwing a lot of nades to flush him out, but he remains, you know, to be alive in this situation. Okay, here we go. Toodle Love is just on standby here behind this boulder. Okay, Zygot tries to counterattack, but that is a good molly right there.
Yeah, he knows that he has to do something. The zone was already approaching, so they have to step out, but great defense being shown by the side of Zygot, right? And of course, supplementing grenade coming from the likes of Voxy, but there's only so much that BTR can do in that 2 versus 4. Meanwhile, it's down to Babe Look, who has managed to take down Tony K, but it is Team Secret with the P90 in the hands of Break to just break some ankles while he secures that 1 point. It's T2K versus Team Secret, South Asia versus Southeast Asia, and looks to be really, really good looking for the side of T2K that has gotten so many points, 8 in their bag. How much has Team Secret gotten over on their end?
All right, T2K Rolls, it is time for you to show them guns. 8 elimination points for the side of Team Secret, though, so obviously they have that momentum going on for them. I think this is a fair fight. It's a 4v4, which is a fight that we would want to see it because this is a South Asian versus Southeast Asian team, so it's going to be an exciting match. But considering the space that we still have between these two teams, I guess it's gonna take a little while before they engage with one another, but we'll just have to wait.
Yeah, it's also very great of plan coming from Team Secret to take plenty of space within the circle, and now that it shifts all the way into the direct center, T2K got to reposition, but they are playing from the lower grounds instead. This might be pretty doable, especially with a lot of fast spacing, but Katza has been spotted out. Oh boy, this could open the floodgates from the side of Team Secret, but it is going to be an exchange as well. 3 versus 3. I don't think there's going to be revives being set into place just yet. Igneous spots out Jiki and just random space through the smoke. He will go toe-to-toe up against the members of T2K. It's so as to actually rule him out of this match. And advantage now in the hands of the Vietnamese squad.
And it's a tied exchange here coming from T2K as well as Team Secret. Now it's a 4v3, I believe. Okay, Jiki just kicked up the nade there, getting ready to throw at the opposition. Igneous is right behind that rock, trying to still find an angle that could work best for this guy. Jiki is on prone. He has an element of surprise here. T2K Doodle inside his vehicle, went for the reposition. Soaz now goes for the massive spray and effectively shuts down Toodle Love.
There's only one member left, and that will be sealed by the hands of Soaz to claim a big win for Team Secret to dominate this match with a chicken dinner. Perfection at its finest. And once again, we see the Vietnamese side rise once more.
Okay. Star right down there in the middle. Obviously, Team Secret winning that fight is a convincing one. They worked hard for it. I mean, the numbers will tell you just how good of a performance they've shown us for the second to the last match this evening. And, oh man, it's going to be an interesting final round, though. Team Secret, I'm just trying to figure out what is their place in the overall rankings.
This might just be number 1 right now for Team Secret with this massive win, because they are in the first page for the longest time. They have that consistent record, especially throughout the course of Miramar. You know, the moment I don't vote for them, they actually win. The moment I do, they don't. But, you know, that's on me, of course. But when it comes down to the performance of Team Secret, I think they played really smart how they approach it from the southern side, having a lot of room to play with, whereas plenty of those battles were from the hill side over up in the north, where we saw heavy casualties from BTR, FaZe Clan. The name goes on, but T2K, I guess they were on desperate attempt because they were on that low ground end, which could easily be spotted by Team Secret, and they were early into moving into the very final circle to gain that massive advantage in that 4v4.
performance as well coming from T2K. I mean, it's been a long time as well for the Train to Kill to actually step up when it comes to their gameplay. And I can also put a spotlight to Morph Team because and we all know that they're playing in a different roster right now, and it's a little bit of a struggle, especially for this Indonesian team. But good enough that even if they did win the winner chicken dinner, I guess this is like a huge try on their side to actually perform great in this last Erangel match this evening.
Yeah, and I've talked about individual performance throughout this match, and the limelight was on both Tony K as well as Rules. Rules was in charge of taking down majority of BTR by himself, and Tony K was just taking on against the world. There was like, what, 3 teams that he was facing up against, and he was not hesitant. One of them was FaZe Clan, and first, the MVP will be none other than from the winning team, Team Secret. It's Jiki, once again being the shining beacon of hope for the squad to dominate in this circuit.
I mean, the way that Tony K actually dealt with the business there, he wasn't even trying to look for a cover. I mean, he was just
in the open.
shutting down players, right? I mean, shutting down players one by one. He was, it was amazing. But anyway, top performers aside from Tony K and Rolls, of course, we also got Jiki here from Team Secret, and of course, oh man, Babe Luck.
Yeah, Babe also was pulling off another Tony K by himself. 100% contribution. You can take a look at that. Team Secret, they work in the team format, right? So it wasn't as flashy as compared to Rules, Babe or even Tony K. But this matchup really was about the star showdown when it comes down to how they've been able to put their teams onto the board. So Team Secret walks away with 22 points, followed by T2K with also an 8-point haul in that final matchup with 14 points, 10 points in for VPE, 9 for Marv. One of the better runs so far. Of course, there was that deduction earlier that kind of hurt their standings, but everybody was in action. FaZe Clan and Team Flash, they were the unfortunate ones to be in the midst of that battle, but didn't really have luck to really turn the tides around. We saw what happened to Team Flash. They lost that battle in Yasnaya very early, and they just had no opportunities throughout the match.
Yeah, they seem to be out of tune, you know, for, I mean, they started, it started mid-game, I guess, for Team Flash. I mean, they started off strong, but I think they're kind of losing their touch, you know, for this set of rounds. But anyway, 226 throwables used. Okay, I think this is a fair number. This is an average number for the bombs right here. Mr. Borrow of HORAA Esports with the longest elimination distance, a total of 402, is always going to be an amazing fit, you know. Overall ranking, Team Secret, as you mentioned a while ago, 118 points. So they're the first team to cross that triple-digit score, followed by D Savior. And I guess they're also on a mission as well to snatch the throne back to their side because they moved up one rank. Dethroning Alter Ego Eris this time.
Yeah, and overall, Team Panda continue to rise. They are one of the few teams without a chicken dinner to consistently be onto the first page. Meanwhile, Toadout has moved themselves one spot as Team Flash have had a lackluster performance in this matchup. So T2K continues on to rally. Now you see more and more teams from Nepal occupying the space on page 2 to really stabilize. Bigatron Ray Ellis now finds himself in the borderline, something that we did not expect, as they are now in the risk of not making it to the finals. But we still have 2 more days of play. And looking at the final page here, 17 to 20, there's been some ups and downs because certain teams were not playing. HORAA continues on with the climb, but now ties in with Boing Donkey. So I guess the cutoff point right now is actually about, well, it's really tough to say because even down to Morph Team, they have 32 points. So a good run will send them into a really healthy position.
Yeah, we did say that we only have like 8 South Asian teams, right? And we can see down here at the bottom of the rankings that we have at least 4 teams representing South Asia that are, you know, that still needs to pop up, you know, when it comes to their gameplay. But then again, if 4 teams coming from South Asia did make it to the top 16. That is a whopping 50% win, at least for the South Asian side. But we're gonna talk more about what happened, from game 1 down to game number 5, because we are about to set our foot to game number 6, the final game this evening. Don't go away. We'll take a short break. Red Queen and Contra will be right back.
Here we are at the end of day 3 with one more match remaining here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. It's Contra here with Red Queen. I love that you're always so bubbly. It's always a joy to be able to cast alongside with you. We still have one more game to go, ladies and gents. And of course, put down your own predictions in the chat on who you're rooting for. And of course, before we start our match, we like to, of course, gear up. And you guys can gear up too with our dear partners, GearUP Booster, where you can have the lag-free and zero latency experience. Once you download and implement that into your mobile phones, you will get to play PUBG Mobile and score chicken dinners without the hassle of lag holding you back.
You know what? I'm playing right now, and GearUP Booster seems to be working out just fine. So what are you guys waiting for? Download it now. No, you know what? It's fun because I love watching. A lot of clutches, a lot of 1v4 situation, and these teams, they're all titans. They're all superstars, and I always call this tournament as a celebrity deathmatch. That is why it's always exciting. And now we are on to our final match this evening. Contra, it's the final chance for us to get something right when it comes to our prediction, because this is already the third day and we haven't even set up a point for us, so it's such a shame. But I am not a believer, by the way, I'm not a believer of caster's curse. I would love to debunk that myth,
I'd love to do so as well, but evidently I suck at predictions all the way up till now. And going into this final matchup as well, I honestly don't know who exactly to predict because things have been a little bit of a messy, right? Especially when it comes down to how my prediction actually goes. So, production, I think you go first. We need some time to think. Oh, he's not hesitant at all. RRQ.
RRQ.
Okay.
Oh man. Okay, fine. Group B versus Group C. You know what? I am betting on 52 Esports.
52 Esports. Oh, are they in this matchup? Yes, they are. Okay. What teams are there? Could you list some of these names out for me? Because I absolutely forgot.
Okay. All right. So there's RQ, DRS, 52 Esports, Void Donkey, Aegon I8. There's also A1 Esports, Roy, and Sem9. That's Group B. Group C would be BTR, T2K, FaZe Morph, Team Flash, Todak, Tribe Aerome C, and Team NKT.
Okay, I will go for this particular pick, which is pretty interesting, and that is going to be Sem9. The last Miramar they played looks to be pretty good. So maybe they can improve on their finishing touches. They will be able to earn a little bit more. So let's see if my Malaysian boys have it in the back. But or else, like, I would have actually gone for 52 Esports as well. They definitely look really good throughout the course of the day. And at the same time, I believe in the boys of DRS. As the real soldiers are also looking very good in Miramar.
You know what? Not gonna lie here, I'm actually pretty scared with RRQ because again, this is not the first time that they've done something like this, that they could actually pull off another chicken dinner. I mean, again, if I remember it correctly, they were able to do it twice, you know, ending a day with 3 winner chicken dinners. So, man, I don't wanna say anything, but I'm gonna stick it with 52 Esports. So, guys, 52 Esports, make it happen for Red Queen Gaming.
Well, let's see what will be coming into fruition. I hope that at least we'll be able to match what production has been able to achieve. Getting one right at the very least, you know? So it could be either or. So you guys put down your own prediction as well in the chat. As of course, your team that will be playing in this matchup will do their level best to achieve it. So with that being said, of course, while we do have the time, make sure you guys hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, follow Ruthless Hype Esports in all social media platforms. You can just type the same name that you do see on your screen, and you'll be able to get very frequent updates on what's happening in the world of PUBG Mobile.
At least, you know, I can say that, you know, South Asia already won at least one chicken dinner for today because of Nepal. But anyway, let's see if we can add up some more South Asian team that will catch a chicken dinner for day number 3 of the semifinals, because the countdown is already there. We still got 30 more seconds before we start our final match. So best of luck to everyone. Again, just make a lot of noise down there in the comment section and send out positive energy for your favorite teams.
And here we are into the final battle of the evening as teams are gearing up for this flight, which we will be seeing in a short moment's time. So without further ado, of course, once again, Ruthless Invitational Showdown, it has always been able to give us the best possible PUBG Mobile Esports action. So make sure to follow for more, as maybe there's a slight flight delay. Don't worry. I guess it's going to be a Red Queen Contra podcast for the moment before we begin. But looking all in all, today has been a huge stepping stone for teams from South Asia. Like you said, first glorious chicken dinner for them in Miramar that was claimed by the side of AST. And now, perhaps a new name will emerge. Or could it be RRQ Esprit? Now we finally do get our flight. This is coming from the northeastern corners of the map, covering the areas of Impala, headed into the far west of Montenegro. So this is going to be very fair for everybody out there, but keep an eye out for Hacienda again. I cannot iterate how many battles that have taken place there. DRS, do they find themselves in another entanglement with any of these squads?
And again, there's really no need for you guys to be toxic, down there in the comment section. You just have to let the teams do all the talking inside the battlefield, and we'll just have to wait at which team is going to take the crown for the final match here in Miramar. So as you can see, the fly pad is just right down there in the middle, right? So there's plenty of space to go from north down there to the south. Bigatron Red Aliens, I believe they're headed towards Impala, if I'm not mistaken. T2K is going for a split offense here, probably going for that vehicle gameplay. FaZe, as well as ASD, together with some of the guys, I believe, coming from Roy. They're all together headed towards one direction. A1, I believe, will head towards Picado, if I'm not mistaken.
A1 seems to be journeying into the Los Leones sector as well. That will be sharing space with some of these players for ASI8. Meanwhile, Circle will be around the northwestern plain. Interesting enough. Toadette will be able to receive a lot of early game leverage into securing those valleys. That's going to be a really tight spacing of play, which, we've seen a whole lot of very good fights taking place over onto mid and late game. But here we are. DRS this time will be unchallenged in Hacienda. There's going to be a little bit of spread coming from Chama onto the outskirts, as they do believe to have spotted one player floating by. I'm not too sure who exactly that could be. So I really got to take a closer look later on. Oh, it's going to be RRQ around the area of water treatment. So they're not too far off from one another.
Yeah, I saw a lot of colors inside the circle. And this is probably the first Miramar that I did not see any drop clash happen, but which is, I guess, it's a good thing, for the teams here. They're starting to be cautious, with the way things work around Miramar area. As you can see, RQ, we've got No Mercies taking up vehicles here. It's the same thing that goes for Roy Esports. They are pretty much scattered all over Miramar just to make sure that everyone has their own vehicle. This is very detrimental, I guess, for any of the teams here to have their own vehicles, because it plays such a crucial role for the team. It doesn't just get you from point A to point B, but of course you can always have this as your refuge just in case, terrain here in Miramar, you just have to be really familiar with, because you just have to take advantage of those ridges that we have so far.
True enough, and that is going to be the name of the game for most part. Teams that are going to be rotating will find themselves to be in a very, very tough ordeal, especially for BTR to be the furthest away, still looting around Impala. So they will have the longest travel distance to even get into the first phase of the circle. So right now, Sem9, they are just trying to keep an eye out across this section over onto the course of Monte Divo. I assume that there won't be too many teams passing by this corner as of yet, but it's always a good notion to always keep check every now and then. Meanwhile, A1 Esports is still locked into the city of Los Leones. There is another team sharing the same city with them. But as I said before, Los Leones is pretty huge for you to not only navigate around and also pick up plenty of loots. So it's probably not too worthwhile to commit into a long trade, especially when the circle is not around the area. So as we currently stand, we do have a little bit of a hunt going on with Roy Esports coming right through, as Tusk will be provided with some assistance of a cover fire coming for a far flank. And that bus ain't gonna be moving too quickly, so they will trail with those bullets out there. Roy Esports still has Porsche trying to suppress the advancement from FaZe Clan, but it seems like FaZe Clan, they want to draw it to a close. I'm not sure if that's the right move coming from the Thai team.
Back in Miramar, and A1 Esports almost won a chicken dinner here up against Sem9 and Alter Ego Era, so perhaps this time around, they can make something, different in terms of like their approach in this game. It's a good start because they're a complete squad, so there's a huge chance right there that they can maybe pull off a win here. Judging by the situation, you know what? It's a great start for everyone because I believe each of the team here is focusing more on getting their resources first, pillaging through towns here and just making sure that they get into right position before they engage. But we've got 52 esports on your screen. And they seem to have found an opponent here up against Todak Esports, and I think they are taking this chance.
Big nade landing very directly on top of Alian. And my, they might have regretted moving all the way up, not catching anything at all against Todak. And that was that upper hand that I was talking about as well for Todak, because they landed directly on top of this crater field from the get-go. Already stocked up those resources and is ready to take on all these long-range trades. Alian won't be receiving any help at all, it seems, as 52 Esports will have to make do with on to what Todak has to offer. 9, though, very impressive. All it takes was for him to lob one grenade. Super efficient.
And this is the risk, I guess, you have to take. I mean, if you're scattered, if you're alone in the situation, it will be difficult for the rest of the team to go for the pickup to rescue you in a grave situation. But of course, to be an effective team, I guess you need to be able to carry your own weight. And so far, Alian tripped there, I guess. It took a nade to the face, and whoo, man, that is a great save right there. T24, just in the nick of time, was able to apply some first aid kit to his teammate right there to save him. Stop the bleeding coming from the torso.
Oh boy, if it was 0.1 second late, he could have been the goner right there and then. So now Todak will have to once again try even harder. His buggy has already been broken down, so it seems like 9 will be stuck up here for more than a long minute. But you know what's the good news? He's got a Dacia waiting right in front, but I'm not too sure if that's going to be popped by bolt trucks as well. But he says, okay, you took out my buggy. I guess it's only fair I take yours too.
You know what? I do wonder how they're gonna be coming down, from that mountaintop. It's going to be a long drop. But anyway, Voin Donkey. Okay, I believe he spotted Clay on here inside the compound. So, oh man, he needs to be careful though, because Crispy just got him tagged from behind, and RRQ is that team who manages to shut him down from that angle.
Yeah, taking the position of Todak, they repositioned with Cleon, who was, in the thick of things. So now that that player up in the hill has been knocked down, he can just take a deeper drive to move into the city of El Pozo. Now, this is rather interesting because there's this center field of nothingness, right? It's just a plain flat ground of wheat field. Honestly, there's no option for other teams to actually play out on that low ground. So they have to find some ridges through those valleys to try to seek refuge. And I'm not too sure if they will be able to make the cut. Shots are being fired all across the corner. Death Storm on the receiving end. It's A1 here to take them on. And KT, though, they do have those big nades to drop over on the side of Roy. This is going to soak some damage as Mr. Joe tanks it all. Still pretty much healthy for him to continue on with trade. IQQ does find that one against A1, but what a spray! This S12K is absolutely lethal.
Yeah, it's insane. But I wish I could see a team class versus Team NKT, because that would be Batman versus Joker. Hey. But okay, getting back into the game here, Team NKT doing a great job so far to elimination points, but the God is already out of the game here. They already have one casualty. But okay, so they're also trying to eliminate this last player right here coming from Roy Esports, and it's just so unfortunate for Roy because they got beaten up so early in the game.
Yeah, it's just really tough. It really seems like the bane of their whole circuit run has always been about that early game. Roy Esports, once they do get into that late game, they know how to play it. It's just that the troubles have always been rotations. They've always been caught up. And there are times that they turtle too long into the compound and they just get flustered with the presence of all these other teams that arrived to the scene. Meanwhile, of course, the fresh new faces of BTR members are still loitering around the south side of Montenegro because they understand there's plenty of teams that have already surrounded Crater Fields as well as Opposo.
Ooh.
DRS climbing to the top of those hills, finding an easy picking upon arrival. So I don't think there's anyone to challenge DRS from this position, right? Like, you got perfect bird's eye view. There's a couple of vehicles being ditched onto the other end as well, as this is going to be pretty much out of reach for a majority of all the other teams out there. Good team effort to be playing all together with a 360 view. Meanwhile, NKT have not really wrapped up that fight, have they? They managed to actually win plenty of trades. Roy Esports, though, they're on the outskirts. Now it's going to be AST to also pile in the pressure as well. Roy with that one member on the blue zone trying to tank out the damage, but it will be safe and sound for NKT. But they are driving towards the side of Sem9. Vehicle smoking up as well. Well, a random plane just moves by, but we go back towards the side of BTR.
Yeah, Mr. Sinister might need the help of Professor Xavier just to make sure that he be effective, inside the game. But so far, A1 Esports not really having the best of times. They're receiving a lot of punishments, to be honest. But anyway, Trevor Macy now. We got Jane trying to do an open fire here. I do believe it's connecting, but considering the distance, it's hard to shut anyone down from that angle.
Very, very difficult. All these long-range exchanges sometimes results to nothing when teams, they really have to look out on their own resource because there's barely any compound for them to loot off from. So, for now, T2K, they keep their eyes peeled out for any movements coming in from the side of BTR, which they've been able to trace for the most part. Now, that is some really good damage being done coming from the side of Turu and Co. as they slowly close in against Zygot as well as the Kulu. Igneous now puts them all to sleep. What a build for work! All being set up through the creases and through the cracks. They slowly spot out more and more of the members of BTR.
Oh man, okay, and I do love the fact here that we are at stage 3 and we still got. Okay, I spoke too soon once again. Okay, BTR surprisingly was the first team to go. Now coming off the kill feed, it's a Morph. A Babe Plug is actually getting whipped by Zeta here of Voin Donkey. So let's see what's going to happen now with K9 being the last surviving member of A1 Esports, because he is about to meet some of the players coming from T2K, but K9 remains to be unbothered so far. He's still on prone right there, and he's just waiting for the right timing. Of course, if someone tries to approach him, then he will definitely go for the shot.
Definitely so, and for now, I guess it's just really about hindering the progress of other teams from advancing through. Speaking of which, Sem9 versus ASI8. And the moment that they arrive, they get thirsted down, not only from the side of Sem9, but there is also another squad up on those hills to also pick them off completely. T24, if there's anyone to clutch, it has to be him. Big Nate being sent right downwards to find K9.
Wow.
A1 Esports, the moment that they arrive to the scene, they also receive a couple of blasts. Now here comes the blue zone. Medkit pop, 100% of HP, back on track. But how long can he last? He runs right through. Kansa has that grenade being lobbed right over the top side, as these exchanges are not really yielding too much of a result. He hops right downwards as you will take on the rest of T2K. And he is forced to put another first aid in such a tiny corner. No time for him to heal up. Kansa makes it work. 5 points. Solid work from T2K.
Kansa with a cancer once again. Oh my goodness. Oh man, 52 Esports not really catching a break here, but yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow again for another round of PUBG Mobile action. Now we're focusing our attention to the remaining 13 teams and 41 players. 5 seconds on the clock, ladies and gents, before we move into another zone. As you can see, FaZe Clan, 2 elimination points as well, remaining to be a strong competitor inside this round. They're sticking to the edge of the circle here. Team NKT. Oh man, manages, I believe, to eliminate the last surviving member of A1 Esports. And again, oh man, A1 not stepping up to the play.
Yeah, it's been a really rough ordeal for them throughout the course of this Miramar matchup. They were overwhelmed by so many different teams at the very same time because they moved so late into the south side. And now it's going to be a tough challenge as they infiltrate the office building. It is RRQ vying for a chance to score some points here, making that climb, but there is going to be some footsteps to be heard. Crispy being really smart about this. Yes, he knows that he's going to do this alone, but he just immediately goes towards the other corner, expecting the drop. Oh, Void Donkey's mineral is just splat to the ground. I don't know if we've seen mineral bottles being thrown out before, but Zeta now is all alone.
Oh man, Crispy, aka Nerpeco, I see you, man. But anyway, Zeta, oh man, I mean, Potato is so far away from this guy, but he can defend himself apparently. But there you go, Fnatic with a fantastic shot right there was able to put Zeta down, and so they have a chance to actually pick up Asa Asa in the process. Now, Potato seems to be the only last member of the team. Now, Morph team, Lynx now already on the move, getting ready to charge. Okay, he's back on prone, so probably he doesn't want to, I mean, for Morph team to actually hear his footsteps here.
Right now, Todak is only left with a player over on top, and a lot of members of Morph is going to wrap around, but there is still Iftar holding over the top side. It's really tough to navigate, but Lynx definitely does have an idea, doing some chunk of damage, but what can Kuntang do? Oh, apparently a whole lot with that S12K! And with that jump shot coming through, it is going to be a very straightforward affair, landing the headshot to also close things up. Meanwhile, Cleon, they know that this isn't exactly the spot for them to hold out. There's even Morph coming in from another wide angle. So I feel like this isn't going to be a good round for the side of Todak to be able to just defend their area of play. And the circle does not favor them at all. My prediction is looking pretty good now. Seb9 taking the compound directly in the center. But I'm worried about the teams that are about to swarm in from the south.
You know what? I mean, just checking out what is going on with A1 Esports. Perhaps, you know, the only thing that is lacking or like missing in the equation here would be Death Storm. So I guess if we see Death Storm back in the roster once again, perhaps we can see a change. But of course, that is all theory right there. But anyway, getting back into the game here, DRS still trying to put down Potato here, but it's kind of hard to actually shut down this remaining player. I mean, Stage 5, okay, we're looking at 12 teams. If he goes out of the game, Contra, they will go out empty-handed.
Yeah, that is going to be pretty tough for them. Meanwhile, of course, very little room to play. Meanwhile, Morph team will just corral all of their members to deal with the rest of Todak, which will be easily settled as they slowly take it out one after another from that initial bout that they had on the outskirts of Chirmasera. Now, North Point, though, RRQ Ryu has a really strong SWAT strength to deal with whatever's to come, but Big Net flying in towards the side of FaZe Clan will deter Bella. 2 members being blown to bits. Now, what can Nine Noise do against their brothers from NKT? It doesn't seem like these Blood Brothers are really having a good time, but Nine Noise, he heard those shots coming from Mr. Joe, hoping to lob on good grenade. This is going to be a point-blank assault from Mr. Joe, hooking up with that DPS. And here comes Optus. He responds way faster. Joker has no answers to that as well. FaZe Clan, they go toe-to-toe. Now down to Spider 10. He whips those bullets, and it's FaZe Clan to save the day with Nine Noise clutching it out.
Oh man, make some noise from Nine Noise. All right, anyway, he has a chance to save his teammates here, but unfortunately, T2K is also on the move to secure some points. Igneous keeping them at bay, just buying some time for Toodle Love and the rest of the team here to recuperate in the situation. Onzen still on the ground, bleeding out. Nine Noise will try or attempt to pop off a smoke here. Oh, unfortunately, onto grenade. Igneous gets the point. Nine Noise still popping off that nade to conceal his location, but T2K, I believe they have an idea where Nine Noise is.
Yes, he does, and Nine Noise, he's looking for more. He might be able to take more of these members of T2K to rule up. He has to heal up, but there's not much space, not much time. He got to make a run away from Blue Zone. As he turns around, that is going to open up some space for Toru to go in for the exchange.
Love shows total love for the game. Man, that was a great reflex there. I understand that their hands might be shaky with all the adrenaline because it's such a intense fight, close quarter fight here in Miramar. Now on the screen, it's Team RQ with 6 elimination points so far, and oh no, this is what I was telling you, Contra. This is what I am afraid of. I mean, we are already at what stage 6 of the game here, and RQ is still alive. They're still racking up some points, and they are still a complete squad.
And with that chance, they won't be eyeing out for a chicken dinner, but this is where they managed to move out of the compound in time. Morph team arrives in the city alongside with AST. Now it's down to Tuyo to find a little bit of the angle. It's going to be tight, it's going to be rough, and somehow wins that trade. 1 versus 2, he's done it. Oh, a blunder coming in from the side of AST now finds them in the predicament.
No.
Big fire into the housing estate, and it's Tuyo down on the ground. A great effort, though. If that wasn't a Molotov, he might be able to survive, but it was too much for the taking.
No. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Okay, there you go. I mean, with a snap of finger there. Well, RQ just got eliminated with 7 elimination points, and I think that was courtesy of The Real Soldiers. And as you know, The Real Soldiers, these are highly decorated soldiers. I mean, DRS is a staple name in Nepal. There's a reason why, because this team is explosive. But anyway, back to the gameplay. 5 elimination points, and we've got ASD right here going up against Sem9, and ASD just went out with 2 elimination points, which brings us down to our final 4 teams.
I just love how Sem9 has done this bait and switch, because they used to come in from the compound. Now that they're teams actually see that there's an opening on that compound, they take over, and instead it wasn't exactly all too safe because anyone from the kill could actually pick them all off, and that's what Sem9 did from baiting them into that particular position. Meanwhile, nades after nades upon Team Flash. DRS is cooking up a storm. Bose just trying his best to dodge. He will be able to be pretty much in a safe length away from all that danger, but they are slowly getting closer and closer to Sem9. Sem9's just waiting for the right moment to strike as they are segregated into multiple angles, but Chama's doing a great work. He scouted out at least 3 of the members of Sem9.
So Team Flash manages to get to the top 4 here. Huge improvement after having so many bad games for this day. But can Quan and Bose make this happen for the team? I mean, they haven't put up any elimination points just yet. They do have some placement points, but of course it is still not enough to improve their overall rankings. Now we can see that Chama is of course throwing a lot of nades and challenging up the guys of T2K, but T2K remains to be relaxed. Okay, their trigger discipline is outstanding. They're not engaging just yet against any of the teams here. They're taking their sweet time. Same thing goes for Sem9. I mean, Sem9 was already they already managed to put up 8 elimination points.
Yeah, and that's plenty for them to go by with. And with them also securing majority of the circle, teams will have to settle the scores from the north point. Meanwhile, T2K is sneaking from the back as well, being absolutely elusive, but the trades are on. Team Flash versus DRS. I don't think this is one that Team Flash wants to take, but they are forced to do so. there is going to be another member hiding somewhere far off over onto this edge, and then the rest of Team Flash looks to have an opening of a spray. This is the mark, unfortunately, for Kwang.
Yeah, Team Flash, even if they want to back out from this situation, I mean, they have nowhere to go. So, I mean, this fight will indeed happen up against DRS Gaming, and DRS Gaming is on a split here. They're probably going in for the pinch. They're trying to hold on another angle, especially Chama. I mean, he's going for the flank. Obviously, I mean, Bose is keeping a close eye here, but it's going to be hard. They don't have the manpower to sustain this kind of fight, but Quan continues, of course, to throw in nades, hopefully, or hoping that he could at least shut down one player from DRS Gaming, but, oh man, it was Sem9 who was able to shut down Quan. So, again, this is a vulnerable area, I guess, for not just Team Flash, but as DRS as well.
Yeah. Perfect location for the side of Sem9. They get that perfect view. No matter who goes over onto this corner, whether it's Team Flash or even DRS, they will already have all the angles necessary to take them out. But Kwang is slowly being sprayed by the members of DRS, despite them not coming in from Sem9. Big nades flown right in. And DRS hoping to secure those points, and they will do so perfectly. But Kenny, he will be the one to actually take one of the points away. And Delta, he's on the outskirts. He stepped into the play zone. And this is looking pretty bad for DRS. Blocking out of that area of play. But it is going to be exchanged. T2K arrives to the scene, putting a puncture to the Blazing side. A very high chance that DRS can still make a resurgence. And T2K, playing spoilers, might have a chance for a chicken dinner too.
Sem9 is capitalizing on the situation, to be honest. I mean, they're just waiting for the right timing here to join the mix. But DRS, right now, they're all charged up. I feel like they're ready to take the winner with a chicken dinner here. So there's no backing away from the situation. T2K, they're I guess assessing the situation, whether or not it's time for them to join into the fight as well. But so far, man, this is a good back and forth situation. I mean, Luyu was able to shut down Toodle Love, and Toodle Love has already been, I mean, it's already out of the game. T2K with 8 elimination points.
Wow, sharp shots coming in from the side of Luyu to respond towards Chama's aggression as well. Big nades coming in from the side of Kenny. DRS slowly falling through. It's all down to Chama. And Sem9 are crashing the gates, looking to lock in their chicken dinner of the night. Big nades now falling in, and it will connect. Sem9 of Malaysia takes the win. And I finally have gotten it right for them to seal the deal to close off day 3 with a spectacle of a finish.
Wow, that was amazing. I gotta be honest here, it was a fascinating watch because they were on a momentum. They've already crossed a double-digit number when it comes to elimination points. So this is like a big win on the side of Sem9, and you finally got in your points. So yeah, congratulations! And just look at that, Kenny bagging 7 elimination points. All to himself.
It's crazy. One of the highest numbers coming from an individual so far in the tournament. I believe the record to be probably 8, if I'm not mistaken, or else Kenny will be on the top of that. But overall, they weren't just playing safe for most part. You saw there was a point where they moved out of the radar so that they could just create that spacing to overlook those creases of the valley, and that's where, you know, they get to catch onto multiple targets. And Kenny was so integral in terms of how they have basically gotten those opening picks as well. And other than that, Luyu has also done significantly well into receiving that attention and drawing it away from Boboho to go in for a very quick picking of points. So Sem9 is rewarded with the chicken dinner. But if you take a look at T2K as well as DRS, as they have been really great showing coming in from both of the squads of South Asia heading into today's matches of Miramar.
Man, but again, I would like to come back to the topic wherein I got a little scared, with RRQ, but it was a strong fight still, coming from this Indonesian team, and I was almost convinced that they were about to score their third winner chicken dinner. But of course, we don't want to take out the spotlight coming from the Real Soldiers and of course M9. I mean, just look at the damage output coming from this Malaysian team, 2,031, which is amazing, and 15 elimination points plus 10 placement points for chicken dinner. So that's a total of 25.
Yeah, 25 points. This is absolutely massive. I believe this will be positioning Sem9 into the top 8 or even higher. Kenny, undoubtedly the best player in this matchup of Miramar. And of course, with those numbers out there, he contributes more than half of the ratio of what the entire squad has to offer here. And honestly, I guess like when it comes down to comparison, DRS were also having a lot to deal with. There were multiple teams that they have to fend off from that north point, which makes it a little bit more difficult. I wouldn't really say that Team Flash was exactly a full challenge towards them because Team Flash lost a couple of members early on, but I guess that was a form of distraction where DRS could have actually claimed a lot more land in that final area of play. But here we are, top performers of Miramar for the final match of the night.
Okay, so DRS English or Span is actually Killer YT. Man, why do you love changing your names, man? Okay, Joker come from NKT. I did not get what I wished for, which is Team NKT versus Team Flash. Man, I do hope it happens any day of the semifinals. That would be beautiful. But anyway, T2K Ignis with 5 elimination points, and of course Kenny being at the top chart with 7. Damage output though, I guess it's Ignis.
Oh, I'm actually really impressed because T2K, they were playing in a very, very difficult spot over onto the far corner of the map, and this 25 massive point haul will definitely be making sure that Sem9 will be safe in the cut for the grand final, so long as they maintain their composure for the next 2 days. T2K with 13 and DRS with 12. So I believe this to be putting them into that safer spot because DRS has always been hanging around that 16th spot, and in recent times they have already moved around 12th placement or so. And just look at the rest of the pack. It was a rough run in from the early game for 52 Esports, Toda, and many more to go. But it was Chama that has the longest range coverage. And you saw it was mainly Chama in order to deal with the entirety of Sem9. Once he is fallen down, it was much easier for Sem9 to really push through because it was really down to him to take charge of that fight. Unfortunately, he could only do with so much.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Chama is actually a new member here, or did he change his name? Because if I remember correctly, for the Real Soldiers, it's Delta, Whitey, Yante, Sanch, and Sleepy. So Chama, I don't know, you can correct me, guys. You can actually confirm this information down in the comment section. You know, I'm welcome to information. Chama is Sandesh! Okay, alright. Sandesh Pradhan. Hey, I know your name. But yeah, okay, so now I know. You see, this is one of the challenges that we do face whenever I cast for Ruthless. It's because, you know, this pro players loves to hide their names into pseudo names here. But anyway, let's check out the overall MVP. Oh, Rosemary getting back on track here with 28 solid points.
I believe it was from the round where they won that chicken dinner. It was Rosemary saying, you know what, Team Flash is not popping up today, so it's time for us to claim what's for them. And Rosemary now adds 28 elimination on the block, and also with a chart topping 5k damage to be done. Crazy, isn't it? Where, you know, on an average player basis on specific rounds, even if you play 10 games, you might not even reach these numbers where he could in the pro setting. But it's Rosemary, baby. And now we see a big shift into the rankings as well. Both used to be number 1 and now is being pushed down to number 5 because it was absolutely no show coming from Team Flash today. But new names appeared with Jiki at number 2 And Anson's claiming third spot, and Joker has really uplifted the NKT side for today.
Oh yeah, definitely. Rosemary, there is a reason why this guy is a superstar, because again, he has a lot of accolades under his name, and he has achieved so much in this industry. That is why everyone is just clamoring. With Rosemary. Now we've got Bose as well, coming from Team Flash as the second overall finisher here. We've got Akil of Team Pandom, we've got Shrep of Vampire, and of course Onzen coming from FaZe Clan.
Yeah, how their pictures have their heads popping up a little bit out of their frame. I don't know, Achul, which he has always been, a king by his own rights, but looking at all these damages being done, it's impressive that Ansons did 4,000 over damage, but is kind of a couple of points shy into catching up to Bose, Achul, as well as Schweb. So we'll definitely be on the lookout for FaZe Clan from tomorrow onwards on what they really do have to offer. But as it stands right now, I'm really happy with the performance of all these individuals. Sem9 now number 2 after that massive chicken dinner.
I know, right? Okay, so again, Sem9 is just roaring right now with an amazing performance. The second team to actually cross that triple-digit score. Now, D-Savior moves down a spot, landing at third. Same thing goes with Alter Ego Eras, but we've got RQ still on the list. Vampire Esports team NKT, who moved up 2 ranks to belong in the top 8. And now we've got Team Pandom right. So these are the first 8 teams in the rankings.
And moving into the 9th to 16th position, we do see a previous round rate aliens somehow managing to maintain their pace here with 55 points, but massive improvements coming from T2K today. We see them having a lot of top 4 finishes. FaZe Clan also moving up rank. DRS with that second place finisher now ties the score with FaZe Clan with 67. So on that final page, this is where I wonder how the gap's been looking like. Could they overtake the Red Aliens tomorrow? Because things are looking a little bit shaky for them. And even Team Flash, who used to be number 2 on the list, today was just not their day at all.
Oh, definitely. I can say the same for HORAA Esports. I mean, the fans are just waiting for them really to kind of have a good game, but they could not seem to get their rhythm down. But it's okay. We still got 2 more days, ladies and gents, so there's plenty more chances. We've got 12 more matches, so to speak. Morph team, okay, it's a little bit slow, but then again, they can still make things happen given the current situation. Tribe Aeromacy still down there at the bottom with 26 points, although they were able to score a chicken dinner. Actually, out of the teams here, it's Voin, it's Roy, and of course Tribe Aeromacy from the 3rd page that has already secured a WWCD.
Yep, and as we put all these numbers all together, there's been massive numbers of elimination points as per usual, but Mr. Boro have set the record of the longest elimination distance of all time throughout the tournament within the past 3 days of play. Well, of course, today included as well. And we've been seeing a whole lot more headshots happening all across, and things are looking to be pretty interesting on what is there to offer in the upcoming days. But you know what's to my surprise is that the numbers of airdrops looted is apparently a little bit low for a pro setting as well, where teams are a lot more careful because everybody is so aggressive out there. Sometimes, even if you see an airdrop, you probably want to leave it untouched in that sense.
Oh man. Okay, this is amazing though. We've got 16 airdrops that got looted. I mean, out of the stats so far, whenever I see them, it's always on the low side. So I guess players right now are more courageous in terms of picking up some good loots out there. So it's amazing because you guys are taking the risk. Of course, it's hard to pick up those items. But anyway, before we wrap things up, I do have one message Please don't forget to subscribe to Ruthless Esports. I mean, this is a great tournament for everyone, not just for you guys, but also for the teams as they prepare themselves for the official formats, coming from PUBG Mobile tournament. And also, don't forget to visit us on our social media platforms. It's Red Queen Andy and, of course, Contra. I mean, we do love to say hi to you guys, talk about PUBG, have an exchange of conversation and also culture. We'd love to show you some stories. I do love attending a lot of premiere screenings and whatnot, and love to show you what goes in a day. And so don't forget to follow me on Instagram. How about you, Contra?
Well, all I really have to say is thank you so much for taking your time to spend with us here in Ruthless Esports for our Ruthless Invitational Showdown. If you love what you see, tomorrow we're going to bring it back once again. And it goes out throughout the course of the week. So have a good rest and have a great weekend. We'll see you guys soon.